members ensure that their phones are on silent. You should keep your microphone switched off until you're invited to speak. If participating remotely, I don't think, yes, we have one member participating remotely, then as usual, please keep your microphone and camera off. And if you wish to speak, do so through the chat if you would. For those present in the chamber, as usual, just indicate your wish to speak by raising your hand, and I will ask my Vice Chair to note the order of speakers. If you have a complex amendment, then really that should have been shared with Democratic Services in advance of the meeting, but there would still be time. When we move to a vote on any item and there is not clear affirmation, I will state that a recorded vote will be taken. And indeed, on most of our items today, I anticipate taking recorded votes. And members of the chamber will then vote electronically, selecting for, against, or abstain, and the result will be displayed. I propose that we take a 10-minute break at about 3:30, but please signal the Vice Chair if you would like us to consider a break rather earlier. This meeting is quorate, so we will now proceed. Item number 1, apologies. Do we have any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from councillors Drew, Hales, Jackson Wood, Ellington, Osborne and Van der Weyer. I understand that Councillor Hoffman is joining us online, and maybe Councillor Warren Green may do as well.
Is that right? Yes. So declarations of interest. Do any members have interest to declare in relation to any item of business on this agenda? I see Councillor Richard Stobart.
Chair, thank you. So I'm a board member of South Cambridgeshire Investment Partnership, and otherwise known as SKIP. SKIP is explicitly mentioned in item 8B and 8J. I've discussed the matter with the monitoring officer, and this is an other registrable interest, and there's a direct link, and therefore I will leave for items 8B and 8J.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a member of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Assembly, of which there is item from in the report and the remunerations piece.
Right. Do any other members have a similar declaration to that in relation to the Greater Cambridgeshire Assembly? I see Councillor Paul Bearpark. I think that is it. No. Councillor Anna Bradnam.
Chair, I have been advised that as a county councillor, it might be wise to point out that I have an interest. I'm not quite sure in which bit, but I'm happy to declare it. And also, I sit on the Combined Authority Scrutiny and Overview Committee.
Right. Do any other councillors have a similar declaration in relation to their county council membership? Councillor MacDonald, Councillor Howells, Councillor Atkins, Councillor Susan van der Ven. Have I spotted them all? Councillor Brown-Milnes, Councillor Batchelor. Yes. Yes, I can't recognise Councillor Atkins earlier. I think that is... Yes, let's got that one. Thank you very much. It's very helpful to have all these other members repeating the declarations, but if we focus at the moment on county council declarations, I think we've got them all now. Now, Councillor Bradnam, you mentioned also that you're a member of the Combined Authority Scrutiny Committee, as am I. It's on our registers, I think. Councillor Peter Sanford.
Thank you, Chair. I have declared an interest as a non-executive director of South Cambs Limited, trading as Irman Street Housing. I will be leaving the room for item 8G.
And I think Councillor Hobro.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm also a non-executive director of Irman Street Housing through my membership of this council, and I'll do the same and leave item 8G. Thank you.
Now, at this point, I should declare that I am a director of Shire Homes, which is mentioned in item HG. So although that is another registrable interest, it is indirect, and I have no proposal to leave the chair or leave the room. Any other declarations of interest? I think that's done. Thank you, members. Obviously, if any interest becomes apparent later in the meeting, would you please raise your hand and declare it at that point? And I remind members that they need to keep their register of interests up to date and inform Democratic Services of any changes. We then come to the minutes, which are on pages 17 to 36. I'm going to take these separately. We have for future reference, when seeking to refer to your agenda, it is best not to pull out the Constitution. But the minutes are on pages 17. We have firstly the minutes of the meeting of the council. This is the extraordinary meeting on 20th of November. Do any members have any amendments to make to those minutes? Councillor Bradnam.
Thank you. We note that on page 17, item number 1 appears to be repeated, but not quite the same each time. So, for example, Councillor Dr. Aidan van der Veer has been mentioned in the second apologies, but not in the first. And some members have been given their titles as Doctor, or indeed, in one case, Professor, and some have not. So, could we just get that clarified?
I propose simply that we take the second of those paragraphs in place of the first. It appears to be the correct version. Is that acceptable? Any other amendments to those minutes? Okay. Can I take it by affirmation that we accept those minutes? Oh, I beg your pardon.
Sorry, Chairman, that was my fault, not yours. Chairman, I would be surprised if I didn't give my apologies, but I think I did give my apologies. Thank you.
Yes, perhaps we could note Mr. Howe's apologies as well. Councillor Howes. Right. Councillor Bradnam, did you want to come back again on that?
Only that the same thing applies to the second set of minutes.
Right, well, we haven't got to the second set of minutes quite yet. So, can I take it that we accept the minutes of the meeting of 20th of November by affirmation? Thank you. And now we come to the minutes on page... oh, they were rather long minutes, weren't they? Oh, there we are. Page 23, the minutes of the meeting on 30th of November. And for consistency's sake, we have the same issue. Can I take it that the second paragraph on apologies is preferred to the first?
With the additional amendment that Councillor Osborne's name does not have a U in it.
Thank you for that. So with those corrections, any other corrections to those minutes of the meeting on 30th of November? I see none. I propose... Councillor Baggy. Yes, I had proposed that we move to the second of the two paragraphs of apologies, if that's all right. Any other amendments to those minutes? No. So I propose that we accept those as a correct record. Can we take that by affirmation? Thank you, members. Okay, so announcements from the chair. I don't propose to make any announcements. Members will know that we have a celebration coming up of our 50th anniversary celebrations on 20th of March. However, there is a question relating to that later, and I propose to make the announcements or to give a comprehensive answer to that question later. So move on to announcements from the Leader and Cabinet. Leader, do you have any announcements?
Thank you. I think I know the Chief Executive put this in her report, but just in case anyone hadn't read it, the Council's been shortlisted twice for the 4-day week campaign, or 4-day week project. The IESE, which stands for Improvement and Efficiency Social Enterprise, has shortlisted us as one of 3 in the Efficiency and Effectiveness Award, and the LGC, Local Government Chronicle, has shortlisted us as in their innovation category. So yes, we look forward to seeing the results. The IESE ceremony is this coming next Wednesday.
Thank you for that announcement, Leader. Do we have any announcements from the Head of Paid Service? None. Item 6 then, questions from the public. I'm going to take the opportunity, as usual, to just remind us all of how this works. That any questions or statements made at the council meeting must be within the scope of our public speaking scheme, and the requirements are set out in that scheme is that it has to be about a matter for which the local authority has a responsibility or which affects the district. It has to be not a matter which falls within the remit of Cabinet or a committee or subcommittee, and we do not accept questions or statements which are seen to be vexatious, defamatory, frivolous, discriminatory, offensive or otherwise inappropriate, and I generally take advice from our monitoring officer on those. And if, as chair, I think a speaker is straying outside the scope of the scheme, I will step in with a reminder. Now, we have received 2 requests to speak today. The first is a question submitted by the chair of Teversham Parish Council, Councillor Amrani. I believe Councillor Amrani is not able to join us, in which case I have agreed to read out her question. I do not propose to do that. I just intend to draw your attention to the question as on the agenda. And that is on page 1, 2, right at the beginning. Yes. Thank you very much. I should know my way around the agenda by now, but thank you for your help on that, members. So the question as listed in your agenda, and I think that Councillor Toomey Hawkins is going to respond to that. Thank you. Councillor Dr. Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. I think just first of all, I just want to thank Mrs. Amrani for her question, and I'm sorry she's not here today to ask it. And I do hear her concerns on properties being left empty by people who have bought them as investments, but that is their choice as the owners. Secondly, it's worth clarifying that the council is a local planning authority, and our responsibility is to create local plans and policies that identify where development should take place and guides decisions on applications that come forward in those areas. And where planning permission has been granted, it's surely with conditions, and it's up to the developers to build out as granted and then to market those properties as they see fit. Property sales or disposals of properties on the open market is not a matter that can be controlled by the council. But finally, we can look into discussing with the local developers on those sites whether they market locally and how before they open it up to the wider international market. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Councillor Francis Amrani is not here, so there will be no supplementary. We have a question submitted by Mr. Matthew Sitcheld, who I think may not be with us. So I propose that we... Thank you, Councillor Mills. We have a question from Matthew Sitcheld, who I now think we've established is not with us. and therefore I propose that we send Mr. Sitchell a written answer to that question. And then we had a third question submitted just within the time limit, which I'm therefore sorry is not on your agendas, but I'm delighted to ask Mrs. Naidu, who is with us, to ask her question. Mrs. Naidu, please.
Hi. Thank you to the chair and the fellow councillors for having me here today. I deeply appreciate it, and I truly hope you're going to help me. My name is actually Dr. Mireshini Naidu-Watt. The first question is basically, my husband has multiple sclerosis, unfortunately, and is in a wheelchair. And unfortunately, my mum has also had a fall and is also in a wheelchair. Therefore, it is absolutely crucial that there are no delays in the response time if the fire crew attend a fire emergency at our home. Why are the council not applying to the magistrate's court for an injunction or a planning enforcement order to remove the wrongfully erected obstructing fences which will cause a delay in response time during a fire emergency, putting our lives and the lives of the firemen who come to help us at risk, and also potentially increasing the damage on our property?
Thank you for your question. I'm going to ask Councillor Dr. Timmy Hawkins to answer this.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Naidu, thank you for coming out today. I am aware that you have had a series of, through you, Chair, I'm aware that Mrs. Naidu has had a series of interactions with our planning department, and that this matter has been exhaustively investigated, including by the Director and Assistant Director of Planning, as well as the Compliance Manager. And the outcome is that there is no breach of planning. Therefore, there is no action that we can take as a local authority. But as a gesture of goodwill, and having spoken to your local councillor, Dr. Shrubuna Bhattacharya, I'm happy to come out and have a chat with you and see if there's a civil way in which we can assist you. But the council cannot do anything else on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that answer. Mrs. Naidu, you do have the opportunity for a supplementary question if you want, or you may choose to take up, indeed you could do that and take up the offer of a visit to see if we can find some civil enforcement method that could resolve this problem. Do you wish to ask a supplementary? Please.
Okay. Well, Dr. Timmy Hawkins, in order to get the necessary planning permission, our home, 48 Woodfield Lane, then plot 37, Temple Grove, would have had to have a protected amenity land for mandatory fire access and the mandatory turning facilities. Dead-end access routes longer than 20 meters require turning facilities. So for health and safety reasons, big trucks delivering heavy goods, the workers can't carry the heavy goods from the road. So where or why haven't we got our turning facilities? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't know whether Councillor Dr. Hawkins wishes to come back further or to say we will do our best endeavours to deal with the problems that you have raised with us, but that it isn't an enforcement matter for this council, so our ability to resolve it may be limited. Councillor Dr. Hummel, did you wish to come back further?
I will come back, just very briefly. I have said this, there is no planning breach that we have found. You are making, or you have made some specific references, which, again, whatever they are not planning breaches. We have looked into this. So I'm afraid we can't take this further as a council. And I repeat, as a gesture of goodwill, I'm happy to come out and talk to you together with your local councillor, but that is as far as we can go.
I can see that this hasn't entirely satisfied you, but as a council we will do our best to help if we can, within the limited powers available to us. Thank you very much for putting your question. And I'm going to move on to our next item, in fact, is petitions. I think I'm right in saying we have no public petitions, right? So we then move on to item 8A on your agenda, which is on pages 37 onwards in the printed version. And I call on Councillor John Williams as lead Cabinet Member for Resources to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendations as printed in the paper. As the report explains, we review our medium-term financial strategy twice a year, and the last time it was reviewed, it was in November, and I'm bringing forward the current review, which takes account of hopefully the budget, the general fund budget that we're about to agree later in this meeting. A couple of points to note from this, I think. If you look on the table on page 41 in the agenda pack, you'll see that at the end of the 5 years, we're looking at a deficit of around about 4.8 million. But this is really mainly due to the fact that we're having to make provision for a fair funding review, and this is something which government has promised or threatened, whichever way you look at it, for the last few years. And every year, when we come to the financial settlement, it has pushed it back another year. But you'll see from the figures that this has the effect in tying up, in this case, some £4 million, which we have to basically have in reserves in case we lose the business rate income that we currently have. And as you'll see there, we're anticipating that it could be halved because of the fair funding review. And this just, shows how local government is really tied to a system where we don't know from 1 year to the next what our financial settlement is going to be. And if we had government to produce a medium or perhaps even long-term plan for local government, we will be better able to therefore look ahead and plan our financial resources accordingly without having to second guess the whole time whether or not we're going to have sufficient money 1 year to the next to pay for our services. And it's interesting to note that if we didn't have to make provision for the fair funding review, then we would actually have made a small surplus every year for the coming 5 years. I'd also point out that the MTFS also takes account of our transformation programme and the fact that we are looking over the coming couple of years to look for savings of 1.6 million, having already made savings over the last couple of years as part of the transformation programme. I'm delighted to say, and you will know, that this year, for example, we've made savings of about £250,000 in Revson Bends. So this demonstrates that we are doing our best to make the council continually looking for productivity improvements and economies and to deliver best value for our residents. But as I say, at the end of the day, we are hamstrung by the fact that government doesn't give local government a long-term or even a medium-term financial plan against which we can plan our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for that proposal, Councillor Bridget Smith? Did you wish to speak?
I'll speak briefly now, thank you. We've witnessed willful neglect from the Conservative government for well over a decade now, threatening the stability of council finances up and down the country of all political colours, demonstrates that government is failing local communities and starving those communities of the funding that all councils need, because all councils want to deliver the best services for their residents. We're now seeing the cliff edge reached for many councils and deep and damaging cuts being made because of the failure of the system implemented and stuck to by this government, and with no indication at all that they're going to change their views to provide the proper funding necessary for those of us who really make a difference to people's lives. And at district level, we affect 100% of people's lives. At county level, it's about 20% of people benefit from the demand responsive services which are running out of control at the moment. So Councillor Williams has already referenced the failure to provide a multi-year local government finance settlement, demonstrating that government isn't serious about local government and it will not give us the financial certainty we know. But this report shows that despite the disasters facing very many councils up and down the countries, this council's finances are really strong. And that's in no small part thanks to the sound financial decisions made by this administration and our staff, our officers, over the past 6 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So it probably won't surprise many that I'm going to pay particular reference to pages 40 and pages 41, just to help give members a steer, particularly with the table on paragraph 26. But obviously in paragraph 21, it is a shortfall standing at 4.5 million. And last year we challenged the reliability of the savings and budget pressures in the like-for-like table of paragraph 26, because we were very concerned that the budget pressures would increase and that the savings wouldn't be found, and that would leave a further budget gap. So a year on, we can see in the like-for-like comparisons of 24-25 alone that from last year, budget pressures are up 610,000, and savings, down, not identified, or where they're going to be. And so this is increasing the budget gap, and it is an increased position from where we were this time last year. And that, I find, is very concerning. And strength is something that's always subjective and open to interpretation. But for myself, a 4.5 million budget gap really is not a strong position. And I have further concerns in relation to this budget gap potentially expanding further. And this is something that's been brought to my attention of what other councils have had meetings on and have been discussing as early as June last year at the City Council in relation to the shared waste service, which is a department that we share together. And this is to do with the MRF contract. So Huntingdon, so not a Conservative-led council, Huntingdon, that is a little bit larger than us, but not massive amounts, they are making provision in their accounts for £900,000 in that report relating to the MRF contract, because I believe it's still being out and negotiated. Now, we don't appear to have any budget for that here. There's no reference to it. So, again, I find myself in a very concerning position that I don't believe that the budget pressures are realistic. I think if that comes in at a much higher sum, which is forecast, then that is either going to have to be used from reserves, but ongoing will be a problem and will be a burden to this council. And I feel that the agenda item as it currently stands will just mean that we are getting into an even wider budget black hole as a council as a consequence. And I won't support that.
Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sorry, I was expecting the lead member of finance. So my question relates to paragraph 16, 17, 18, which is on page 39 to 40. So those paragraphs reference various statements from ministers affecting the financial settlement. And there's one statement that's not mentioned, and that's the statement that the government may impose financial penalties on the council, given that as a result of the 4-day week, which it now seems like we're going to have indefinitely without any vote of members. So does the lead member think it's wise to factor in provision for the financial penalties that the government may impose due to the council ignoring government warnings?
Before I call on the lead member to respond, are there any members who are not members of the Williams clan who wish to contribute to this debate? No. I think then I come back to Councillor John Williams to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Picking up the last point first, of course, this council hasn't made a decision as to what it intends to do about the 4-day week. We are still in the trial till the end of March, and then there will be a report to this council, and then we will be able to, once we know what the government's financial penalties are, so we can then identify what effect that may have on our financial situation, we can then go out to consult, and then we can come back to this council for this council and all members to make a decision about what to do, whether to continue or not. So it would be very premature for us to be putting something in the medium-term financial strategy. The medium-term financial strategy is based on the facts that we know at the moment and the certainties that we know at the moment, plus second-guessing what the government's likely to do in terms of financial settlement. But in terms of 4-day week, of course, we don't have no idea what the government intends to do about that, should we go ahead with it, and therefore we can't make any assumptions for the mid-term financial strategy. Maybe the member opposite could help and ask his government to tell us what the financial levers are going to be so that we can make some assumptions, but at the moment we can't do that. Going back to the Leader of Opposition said about this year's budget compared to last, I would ask you to look at Appendix A, which is on page 53, and this compares the coming year, financial year 24-25, against this year, the current financial year. And if you see, the net operating expenditure for next year is actually less than it is for this year. This year we are looking at an outturn of 29 million, or nearly 30 million. Next financial year we're looking at an outturn of 26.7 million. And as a result of that, this coming financial year, we're looking at a surplus of around about 4.4 million to go into reserves. So to suggest that actually things are getting worse, I would suggest that you look again at the table.
Thank you. I'm proposing that we move straight to the vote. Point of information from Councillor Williams.
Point of information and personal explanation. Just one of the things that was referenced there, obviously I was comparing and made very clear, like for like for this year from the previous year's report. So I appreciate the lead member has taken us somewhere else, but that is not what I was saying, in case the lead member misunderstood what I was expressing. But equally, on the information side, it was said about the MTFS is based on what we know. Well, actually, when it was moved, it was made quite clear that it was based on including the future budget proposals. Now, budgets are not, unless you've got a very effective crystal ball.
Sorry, Councillor Williams, this is
No,
point
but
of
this is
information,
important,
not a
Chair.
debate.
No,
so if you
this
could
is an
keep it
important
brief,
piece of
that would be
information
appreciated.
that everybody should be aware of. It's forecasts. Therefore, it is not on what is known, it's on assumptions. And so things like the MRF contract, which I have not had a response on, should be included, and 4-day week should be included, because it is based on assumptions, not on known information, as the lead member suggested. That's the point of a budget.
Right. Well, I will ask the lead councillor just to respond to that new information in case that changes anything, and then I propose that we move directly to a vote. Councillor John Williams.
My understanding on the MRS is subject to the Department of Environment, and maybe the lead member for Environment can throw some more light on that.
Yeah, I'll try to, Chair. So, yeah, so the MRF contract, as it's commonly known, is still out for tender at the moment, so we don't know, we haven't had any kind of response to that. So we don't know what the figure will be, so it's very difficult to include an accurate figure or even a rough figure at this stage in the MTFS. And as Councillor John Williams said, we also need some input from DEFRA as well on that. So that's the position we're in with that. Thank you.
Okay, so members, we have to take the vote in the light of some uncertainties, which are beyond our control, we're told. And I propose, therefore, that we move direct to an electronic vote, if we could set that up. Right, so if you wish to vote in favour of Councillor John Williams' resolution, then you vote green. If you wish to vote against, then you vote red, and vote yellow to abstain. Have we all voted? Bear with us a moment. I think there may be one member who may need some help to conclude a vote. No, we have all voted. So, we have approved that resolution by 27 votes to 8 with one member abstaining. I'll then move on to item 8B, which is the 2024-25 business plan, the action plan for that business plan, on pages 55 of your printed agenda onwards. And I call on the Leader of the Council to present this report and move the recommendations.
Thank you very much. So if I can direct you to Appendix A, page 3, where in addition to this has been a vision statement. So the vision sets out how we as a council can and will have a positive impact on the future of all our residents in South Cambridgeshire. It's a plan for growth, growing our services and making sure that those services are sustainable long into the future. It's a really liberal vision for South Cambridgeshire. And as Liberal Democrats, we believe in the fundamental values of equality, liberty and community. And these, I think you can see, are embedded throughout the business plan and our vision for the district. Our work as council is pushing to realise those values across the whole area. Our party constitution begins with the words, "The Liberal Democrats exist to build and safeguard a fair, free and open society in which we seek to balance the fundamental values of liberty, equality and community, and in which no one shall be enslaved by poverty, ignorance or conformity." And this business plan sets out the steps that we are taking to help build exactly that society. So setting this vision out explicitly like this was recommended by the LGA peer review, and our inclusion in this document shows that we're proactively addressing the recommendations that were made in that review. So, I won't go into all the details, but, we highlight what we're doing for growing local businesses and economies, and we know that our work is helping businesses, specifically SMEs, to grow, and that this in turn will help local communities to thrive. It will bring jobs to the area, it will secure jobs, it will create opportunities in our villages for everybody to access high-quality jobs, which is essential to make sure everyone can live their lives as they want to. And on housing, I'm immensely proud of what we've achieved together. Our work as a council to ensure that housing is truly affordable for all is essential to give residents the freedom to live their lives how they want. And we recognise that everyone deserves a high-quality, safe and affordable place to live. And our plans are ambitious, and we'll make sure that the South Cambridgeshire continues to be a leader when it comes to building homes. In 2017-18, the Conservatives oversaw 736 completions, of which only 180 were affordable. In 22-23, we've overseen 1,500 completions, and of those, 472 have been affordable. And being green to our core is our overarching priority. And we know now more than ever that climate change is the single biggest factor facing our whole world. It's not some faraway problem we can ignore or bury our head in the sand over. And it is affecting South Cambridgeshire. Our water scarcity crisis, our air quality problems, the extreme weather, the flooding we've seen, the heat waves, all a direct consequence of climate change. And so being green to our core is a linchpin of all the work we do as a council and demonstrates how fundamentally serious we are about tackling climate change, even in the face of the apathy that we are seeing from government at the moment. Additionally, the work that Councillor Handley has led on cost of living crisis, which Councillor Henry Batchelor has led on minimising waste, increasing recycling, all plays into our Green to our Core agenda. And very critically, you know, becoming a modern and caring council, because back in 2018, actually, we weren't a modern and caring council. We were quite old-fashioned and staid. So our transformation work, unlike in other councils, isn't just about saving money. I mean, often when you talk about transformation, employees of councils, you know, think it's only going to be about saving money. But actually, for us, it's about finding ways to improve our services, particularly services for residents, and using our resources more efficiently and effectively in order to deliver the greatest impact. And as an administration, working with an outstanding staff, we have been innovative in our ability to find solutions to the problems we face. And that's why we're trialling the 4-day week to solve our recruitment and retention crisis. And we have been way more successful than any other council in the country in addressing something that's been very, very critical to us, giving the services that we need to give to our residents. So this council is additionally picking up from the corporate peer review. We're creating a member development plan to make sure that councillors have all the skills and knowledge needed to help all of us best support our constituencies and our constituents and our residents. So it's not all about the council doing stuff. It's, we as members need to be well supported so that we can do all that I know all of us, for political colours, want to do in order to serve our residents. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader. Do you have a seconder for your recommendation? Councillor Mills, did you want to speak now or reserve your comments to the end of any debate?
I'll wait till the end. Thank you.
That said, I think Councillor Graham-Cohn.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a very brief question on page 82, I think it was. Yeah, page 82, objective 5. The first bullet point there, and it goes on to say 36.14, but there's no measure for that at all. I'm assuming that's as a percentage figure, or is that... it doesn't have to be now, but can we just clarify how we're measuring what that is actually a measure of there? Because on the other ones it's sort of stated, but on that one it's not.
Councillor Mill, can I ask that you come back to that in speaking to seconding this later, so I can then, because that's a question I think can be either answered now in the debate or later. So I now come to Councillor Heather Williams.
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask for confirmation which page Councillor Cohn was...
Sorry, Councillor Mills, it was page 82, objective 5.
Thank you.
And it was the first bullet point, 36.14. I was just saying there's no measure there, so I just wondered what the measure was. Yeah.
Come back to that. Thank you.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So my first question is around page 75, objective 1, because it refers to 2 million of savings delivered through the transformation programme by the end of 2024-25. However, the MTFS that we've just voted on states about 1.6 million by the end of 24-25, 25-26, and then we've also got paragraph 26 somewhere else saying that savings is 701. So can the leader be assured and give an explanation as to how, given we've got these different figures, how they correlate together? I've said it's page 75. So how they correlate together and whether it's realistic, given the fact that the MTFS has quite different figures. My second issue is one that I hope will be taken in the spirit of why it's being raised, but it's on page 76, objective 3. And on there it says about generating rental income from the renting out of the hall and office space. Now, myself and others have raised issues around security concerns about how we ensure that we protect staff and in those situations. We have had staff of this council verbally and physically attacked. We've had councillors threatened. And I fear, truly fear, it will be too late by the time that the administration acts on this. And to be quite clear, I think I've raised this at every opportunity. I continue to, and I've got a clear conscience if anybody else gets hurt. And I think there is a definite feeling that it's slightly ironic that we're not getting security answers on this, when on page 78 it refers to people feeling safe, and that's genuinely not how everybody feels. So I leave that one with you while I move on to a different part of the report, which is in relation to page 83. And it refers to the mystery shopper exercise, which we know is an expense that was paid out for the trial, and it seems that it's due to be repeated. Now, it's not necessarily a bad thing to check in now and then, but it should be of the whole authority, not picking on one department. And the fact that the contact centre is going to go through this again, and yet we can see from the data that has been submitted to government, the weekly data, we can see in relation to emails that actually there is no tracking of how long it takes someone to get a response, and that between the 30th of October to the 4th of February, there were nearly 200,000 less outbound emails than inbound. So either we're getting an awful lot of spam, or some emails are not getting answers. And that in turn would put stress on the contact centre when people ring, and you might, think that this isn't important, Leader, but actually it really is, Chair. It's important that people get answers to their questions in a timely manner. We sometimes are dealing with the most vulnerable people in our communities. And I just think that to put this, and to actually take calls, take time from officers that mean they're not actually helping residents, again, with nothing else anywhere else, I think is incredibly unfair, unjust, and looking at the wrong problem. Look at the emails, monitor it properly, please. And as for some of the other things, yes, there will be things that we do agree on here. I'm not saying there aren't, but overall, there's absolutely no way that I'm supporting this, but particularly for the financial expense that it incurs, but also the fact that safety is not being considered properly, in my view.
Thank you for that. And next I'm going to call Councillor Dr. Shabona Bhattacharya. Can I just say... yes, normally, I think, yes. Yes. Yes, I think we're happy for the Leader to answer those now.
Thank you. I'm grateful. So I'd like to, Chair, answer the last point, and then I'd like to ask Councillor MacDonald to answer the question about safety, and Councillor Williams to answer to clarify about the budget. So on the mystery shopper, so it was a really good piece of work, and I spoke to a number of people from the contact centre who were really pleased we did it, particularly the lady who scored 100%. And wrote me a really lovely email, to say how pleased she was that she'd had the opportunity to demonstrate to us all how great she was, how super her work was. And I went down and had a lovely long chat to her. So it wasn't something being done to them. They're not being picked on. They actually welcomed the opportunity to demonstrate to us, that they are doing a really good job. And when, if you look at the sort of infographics that we did on it, it showed that we compared absolutely brilliantly to other councils. So, this is what this does is create an opportunity for us to celebrate members of our staff here who actually quite often go unrecognised because they're sat behind a computer, they're sat at the end of the phone, dealing with stuff day in, day out. But actually, this was an opportunity for us to highlight how well they did. On the subject of emails, I really am not going to comment on, bits of data picked out of the blue with absolutely no context at all. I mean, suffice to say that, if you send an email in, it may well be that we pick up the phone and ring you up and answer it. Emails don't always generate another email in response. So, you know, that's completely out of context data, which until we have the context to it is meaningless to me. But if I could defer to my colleague,
Yes,
Chair, to answer the other
pass to
questions.
your colleague, I think Councillor Heather Williams has a point of information.
It was just that I could provide the data. I mean, it's 200,000. It's not a couple. And I can provide it. It's the data you've been providing.
So, I mean, I probably get about 200 emails a day. I certainly don't send out 200 emails a day.
I think we
And
have
I don't
some
think there's
matters here
200
that we need
unhappy
to
people waiting for a response from me, quite honestly.
I think we have some matters here that we may need to come back to after council. Just before we resume the debate, I think Councillor Peter MacDonald, could you keep your answer as concise as possible to the points that were raised?
I will, Chair, thank you. I'm sorry if Heather got the impression that somehow, with regard to security, which is obviously priority number one for the staff and the members, that there's not clarity on that. That's certainly not the intention. We're going through a process at the moment of weighing up the options between, for example, having staffed security compared to or alongside technological solutions, for example, card access to the lift and a gate access to the stairs. So this will come back to scrutiny. The reason she's not heard more, and I'm sorry we've taken some time over this, but we're wanting to go through it carefully, is to make sure we get the right answer, but it will be presented before we progress anything. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We now have some other contributors to the debate. Councillor Dr. Shrubana Bhattacharya. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Chair. My question is simple and straightforward. Page number 64, and there is no reference of Camborne High Street. So I have asked several questions on Camborne High Street since 2018. And our high street still looks the same in 2024 as it used to look 6 years before. So how can I, or /we, trust as local government that Camborne will see any high street or improvement in our high street? I mean, in the near future.
Perhaps that's a matter that the leader or member of the cabinet could come back to later in responding to the debate. Councillor Dan Lentell.
Thank you, Chair. Just to draw everyone's attention to page 80, with the number 7 objective, how will we achieve this objective? 7B, delivery of civic hub containing health, library and community facilities. I just wanted, obviously in the light of the question we had from the public earlier, and the importance that access to healthcare is for people's well-being, just to cross-reference that to the press release on the 13th of December last year, which referenced, community, there we go, consultation, meeting rooms, multi-purpose spaces for meetings and groups of visiting community workers, including police and potentially NHS services. So essentially this is about GP services for North Stowe and about healthcare services for North Stowe. What do we need to do to change that word potentially NHS services? Because the number one issue is someone who's in North Stowe at the school gates every day, someone who's representing 2 of the villages on the to the north of North Stowe. The lack of a GP, the lack of health services in North Stowe is starting to cause people genuine concern of the kind we've heard today. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got 3 points to make. The first 2 relate to items on page 67 of Appendix A of the business plan. First of all, point 5, CV, C5, talks about East-West Rail, apologies, and talks about securing all possible mitigations. Could the leader please outline for us what those mitigations would be, what mitigations the administration, the Liberal Democrat administration, is seeking? How can this be made acceptable? Specifically, would the leader in the administration commit to opposing very strongly the severing of communities along the latter part of that line from Harston through to Little Shelford, particularly Newton and Harston. Also on that page, 5C2, this commits the council to supporting the implementation of the Cambridge and Peterborough Combined Authority Transport Connectivity Plan to reduce car usage and congestion. Could the leader clarify if there is any proposed measure that she would not support, specifically road charging? Because this seems to write something of a blank check. So would she commit to not supporting road charging? And then thirdly, my final point, on page 77.4, we will make it easier for customers to access and carry out transactions online. Can I ask what metrics are going to be used to define or to decide what is easier? How is easier to be measured? Because I think a lot of people are finding it harder, not easier to contact the council at the moment, but how will easier be defined? It's a very vague term. Thank you.
Well, I see no other contributors to the debate on this, so we will come back to Councillor Brown-Milnes, who was reserving his comments in seconding it. And there will be an opportunity to answer the questions in responding to the debate. If you would like... Sorry? There will be an opportunity to answer the questions later. I have Councillor Leaming wanted to ask a question, I think.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask a question about page 77, point 5A, Roman 2. It's specifically about Partnership Group Camborne 25. I'd like to ask the administration about how they see the significance of Camborne 25 sort of into resolving long-standing issues in the town, and whether the creation of this group shows the value the council places on this larger settlement.
Thank you. I see no other questions. Council, we have a lot of business to get through today, and therefore I'm allowing a number of questions to be answered together in order to save time. I think we now come to Councillor Brown-Milnes. You seconded the recommendation. Did you want to respond?
I'll say a couple of things. Really, we're echoing the leader's comments. We're a council of continuous improvement. And all the work is not yet done. We're continuing with that. And we're based on a foundation of sound finances, innovation, green to the core. And I'd just like to thank the council officers as a whole group for the extended support that they've given this administration in delivering that continuous change. It clearly troubles me that you've got concerns over safety at work. I, for the first time ever, walked out into our high street and felt concerned that I might be attacked verbally or otherwise. That's a very disconcerting thought. And I think Councillor MacDonald has already... Sorry, through you, Chair. But I think the response that Councillor MacDonald referenced is appropriate, that we take these things into very serious consideration. Just a couple of points, perhaps, to answer them. In regard to road charging, we've got no plans to support it, but I would reference Hugh Merriman, who was on the working party that suggested there was a £35 billion black hole, and road charging was probably the only solution to that. So I reference the government's own transport minister in that regard. Just one thank you to my colleague, Councillor Batchelor, Henry Batchelor. There was just a missing word in paragraph 82, and that was a 36.14 tonnes reduction compared with, so we're tripling the amount of reduction since the previous record. And I think that's as far as I'll go in my seconding, to keep the thing short.
Leader, you proposed the recommendation. Did you want to ask any of your other colleagues to assist in answering questions before you sum up?
Well, through you, Chair, if you I can answer some of the questions that have been put very, very briefly. Councillor Lentle, it's down to the NHS about GP services. You know, our job is to make sure that they're hearing the voices of local residents, but at the end of the day, it's they who decide. On East West Rail, until we have the detail of the route, you know, there's not that much we can do other than, and we've had quite a lot of successes in getting to reduce the height of embankments and so on thus far. But until we have further details, you know, we're slightly hamstrung in actually talking about the detail of mitigation, but we most certainly will. You know, what might be possibly be implemented in order to get cars off the road. I personally don't rule anything out because I think it's absolutely imperative we get cars off the road because our carbon emissions are 25% above the national average here, and so, you know, something's got to happen that makes a difference. You know, the mayor's pinning all his hopes on buses, so let's hope there's going to be a lot of buses. How we define easier? Well, I suppose, you know, the glib answer to that is we ask people if it's easier. And I'm absolutely certain that if it's not easier, then our residents will tell us. And on Cambridge 25, I think it's a really good initiative. You know, we've got the forum up at Northstowe, which has been immensely successful in making sure that at the council, us and all the other partners are hearing the views of residents, and I'm very, very pleased to see this initiative instigated at Camborne, and I hope that it now manages to speed up addressing some of these issues that people have been very frustrated about for a number of years.
Thank you, Leader. I propose to move directly to a vote.
Chair, with all due respect, the 2 million saving correlation and the High Street have not been addressed.
There can be no guarantee that all the questions will be addressed, but I think Councillor Peter MacDonald is in a position to address those specific questions.
Yes, briefly, Chair. I'm conscious Councillor Bhattacharya was asking about the High Street. So the short answer is very much on our radar. When the Shared Prosperity Fund was first released and discussed with Dulac, it was from April 24 to March 25. So Camborne and some other projects are on the radar, and there's a process to be gone through, and that will be started and fully communicated in April, Chair.
I think that the questions have all been addressed, whether or not to the satisfaction of those who asked them. Councillor John Williams, did you want to add anything?
Yes, can I respond to Councillor Heather Williams'
Well,
question?
I did invite Councillor Richards, the leader, to ask members of her cabinet to help respond to the question, so yes, please.
Yes, so, right, okay. Yes. Yes, as you know, and this came before, I think, scrutiny overview a couple of months ago, the transition programme has been revised, and the date shown in this document isn't correct. So the information given in the MTFS is the correct situation, not on this table. Unfortunately, this was not updated as a result of the review of the transformation scheme. But you know, there have been savings already made, as you know. £250,000 was savings have been made in Revs and Bens. They've started to look at the waste service, and we are looking at, as I say, 1.6 million over the next 2 years of savings over the next 2 years, which have been put into the coming year's budget and the budget after that, and the financial year after that. So I do apologise that this table was not updated.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Well, the motion is before us. You're proposing an amendment?
Chair, to propose inviting amendment. If there's error and inaccuracies in the report, should the recommendation not be to have this item then corrected, rather than voting on something that is known to be incorrect?
Give us a moment to assess that suggestion, and we will come back to Councillor Williams, are you able to put forward a verbal amendment?
I was just going to suggest that we leave it to the Chief Exec to make any factual changes to this table.
So the issues raised by Councillor Williams were factual matters, which I think can be corrected on the record. I don't think there is any purpose in members here debating them, and we don't have a verbal amendment or indeed a written amendment to do so. So I propose that we now move to a vote and ask the Chief Executive to make any necessary factual amendments afterwards. Is that acceptable? Can we take that proposal from myself by affirmation? Yes? So I think we now move to an electronic vote, please. So if you support the recommendation as put by the leader, then you vote green. If you oppose it, then you vote red. And of course, you have the option of abstaining. Is that everyone? Has everyone voted who wants to vote? So that recommendation is accepted and passed by 26 votes to 9. Now, before we move on to the capital strategy, item 8C, I'm just going to take a very short adjournment for a moment to take advice, so bear with me if you would. I think that's a very good suggestion, so we'll take actually 10 minutes for a break now rather than later. Thank you, members. Welcome back to this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council Full Council. We have reached item 8C, Capital Strategy, which is on pages 85 to 106 of your printed notes. And I call on Councillor John Williams, Lead Cabinet Member for Resources, to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendation that we approve the revised capital strategy. The document is attached as Appendix A, and the changes are in red.
Can I call for a seconder? Councillor Bridget-Smith, Leader, did you want to speak on this or reserve your comments till later?
Reserve my comments.
Thank you, Leader. Now, let me make it clear that I am taking questions and points of debate together in order to speed things up, and I am taking a number of questions together, which I know is a bit of a strain for those responding, and I will probably take rather fewer questions. Do we have any questions or comments from the floor on this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. There was not much shock in the room that I had something to say on this item. So if I could draw members' attention to page 104, and number 2. First of all, it's just a clarification, because those of us that sit on Audit Committee, and probably Scrutiny as well, see this, is that because of the way interest rates have been and the fact that short-term interest rates are lower than long-term, there's been a pattern of short-term financing, but with the purpose of reinvesting. Now, given this says that it except on a short-term basis, that sort of implies that you can go above. So just wondering, when addressing those loans, short-term loans for the monetary gain, but for the purpose of a long-term investment and keep being refinanced, is the lead member for finance classing them for this basis as a short-term or a long-term debt? And then that's my question, but my comment as well is really a concern around page 105, number 4, with that authorised limit. Now, I do accept that, you know, the overall intention to borrow for the investment strategy is reducing, and I do believe we said it was unrealistic at the time, and I welcome that the administration is now starting to recognise that and steering away from what it was before and returning to things such as Irman Street, which has been a fantastic, financially lucrative investment for both administrations, ours when it was started and in the past. If the lead member, Chair, wants me to clarify anything, again, more than happy to do so, but the authorised limit is of concern to me, and I'm not prepared to sit here and authorise an authorised external debt limit up to 26 of nearly 450 million. I'm just not prepared to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Any other questions or points of debate? Who's going to respond to that? Seconder or Councillor John Williams?
Thank you, Chair. This document sets out the limits that are imposed on us by the prudential indicators, okay? Doesn't mean to say that we are going to borrow up to these limits. It just states what those limits are. Now, as you know from there is a paper here that talks about our capital programme. And you can see from that paper that we have no intention of borrowing anything like the limits that we are allowed to borrow to. You know, this doesn't indicate what our borrowing is going to be in future years. What it does do, it sets the parameters against which we can borrow for capital projects. And, you know, the biggest loan that we have is the 205 million, that's, you know, housing revenue account loan, which was taken out as basically to bribe the government to stop, so that we could keep our council rents and use that money to build houses. But at the end of the day, this is not what it was a bribe, because they said to us, if you don't pay us the money, we won't allow you to keep your council rents. So that's a bribe to me, sorry. I don't understand where the Leader of Opposition is coming from, because this document simply outlines the parameters in which we have to work to when we come to our capital, general fund capital expenditure.
There was a verbal disagreement going on there outside the remit of this debate. I think Councillor Heather Williams maybe had a point of information she wanted to raise.
Simply that it's inappropriate to say that this council either took or received a bribe. You bring the whole council into disrepute if you suggest such, and I think that's important that that is clarified.
Councillor John Williams, are you prepared to modify your language slightly in that respect?
We had to give the government £205 million to enable us to keep our council rents. And we had to borrow that money, and that is a huge debt against the housing revenue account, which our council tenants are having to pay towards. So, you know, you can think of it what you like.
Okay, well, I note that Councillor Williams did not use the contested word in his response, and I propose to regard that matter as closed. Do we have any other contributions to this debate? I have one further, but just before we do that, I think Councillor Bridget Smith said she wanted to respond at the end. So, Councillor Dan Lentel.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered whether Councillor John Williams would be in a position to suggest the kind of capital projects he imagines when he thinks about this very large sum of money being added to our debt ceiling. And does he not also worry that increasing the debt ceiling rather leads us into temptation? Thank you.
Councillor Williams, did you want to respond to that?
I would just ask the member to refer to the paper on the capital programme when we get to it.
So I think that is a question we will come back to later on today's debate on another item. Councillor Bridget Smith, you seconded this and reserved your comments.
I have nothing to add.
And Councillor John Williams, I think you've responded. I suggest we move directly to an electronic vote at this point. Can we set that up, please? So, as usual, if you accept the recommendation which is moved by Councillor John Williams, you vote green. If you reject it, you vote red.
I'm sorry, that's the wrong thing. So that needs to be cancelled. It's not the right item. So that's the budget item.
So, members, please ignore what is on the screen in front of you. That's what they're merely for your entertainment. We will come back to the correct result in a moment.
That's a trading vote.
Apologies. The right vote is now voted up. Yeah.
No, I'm not proposing that we hold the vote again. We merely showed you the wrong result, and we are now showing you the correct result, I believe.
We are voting again. People are voting again.
We will rerun this vote from scratch. And I'm grateful for members' suggestions on it, but that is my decision. So we will redo this vote on 8C capital strategy. Please, can we start again? Okay. That's everybody. We've all voted, and that recommendation is accepted by 26 votes to 8 with no abstentions. So we will now move on to item 8D, Treasury Management Strategy, which you'll find on page 107 of your written papers, your printed papers. And again, I call on Councillor John Williams, Lead Cabinet Member for Resources, to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. This is the annual review of our Treasury Management Strategy. The revised strategy is attached as Appendix A, and the changes are in red. And again, there has been a few changes to clarify things, but otherwise, and obviously update the figures, but otherwise it remains as it was last year.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. You have a seconder, I think, Councillor Bridget Smith. Did you want to speak?
Reserve my right.
Reserve your right to speak. Do we have any questions or comments on this? Councillor Graham Cone.
Thank you, Chair. My question was on page 117, paragraph 6.3, where it says that the council is expected to need to make further borrowing by the end of the year. So I'm a little concerned that we're borrowing even more. Is the lead member happy with that statement?
I hope that the lead member can comment on that later. I'm going to come to Councillor Heather Williams, and then I have Councillor Michael Atkins after that. Any others? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So, through yourself, I've got a couple of things on this one. If I could ask members to open the packs at page 118, 119. And here I'm looking at paragraphs 8.7 and 8.11. And the main crux is 3 new words, which is in red, in 8.7, that says, and lower risk. It's cost effective and lower risk. Now, risk all depends on its criteria. And while there can be lower risk because it's cheaper, so there is a higher risk in the fact that if you found yourself in a position where you couldn't refinance it, you've then got to come up with a lump sum. And actually, in later reports, we see how actually it's identified that the need to keep refinancing does pose higher risk. So I think for that statement to be there in a clear and accurate and transparent way, you must identify the risk of which it is perceived to be lower. Because myself, looking at this and looking across, and you look at 8.11, and it says about the rise in interest rates during 23-24 means that a more favourable debt rescheduling opportunity could arise in previous years. And of course, if you have, we all know if you've got a fixed rate mortgage rather than a variable rate mortgage, you have more certainty and therefore mitigate your risk. Equally, you know that if you are refinancing a certain amount every year or remortgaging, then it's higher risk because you could end up with that lump sum and what happens if you can't refinance. And that's why I think it's probably quite right, actually, in 8.11, that there could be opportunities, and we've seen this through audit and corporate governance. It's something we've refocused on, actually, around that short-term, long-term borrowing. So I don't feel that that paragraph there is accurate enough to give a transparent view in relation to risk, because it sort of suggests that there is none, and obviously their council is exposed to risk when looking at that. I'd also just like to bring people's attention to page 126. Now, in here, the interest rate exposure has been removed, and this goes into my early statement about variable and fixed rates. Now, I appreciate we can see where the liquidity in E has been removed. It's now in the liability benchmark, and we can see that quite clearly. However, what's not clear is whether, as it was, the authority minimises its risk to interest rate changes by undertaking all borrowing in a fixed rate product. And I can't see anything here that gives me that assurance that we'll be taking fixed rather than variable rates. And I would appreciate an answer from the lead member for finance or the leader, whoever wants to answer it, as to whether there is the intention to use variable rate borrowing. So that's my second question. And then if we could take page 135. Annex C, we can see on the external borrowing and the volumes. And while we disagree on certain wording, I think you're right, a loan had to be taken for us to be able to be clear to keep not the rates or the rents, but to keep the council houses. And I believe that that was a difficult decision by the administration then to make that decision and keep our council properties. But I stand by that decision that was made by previous administrations. I think that was a brilliant thing that we did, and I think we all benefit from it. However, I don't see that in the same way that there was that just cause for that investment and to protect our tenants, the external borrowing, the reasons for its increase, I'm not comfortable with. I do think that there could be different choices made by the council, by the administration, and that could lead to very different outcomes. And so I will not support this. But if I could have clarification as to the other two issues, I'd very much appreciate it, Chair, and I think it's important for the public perception.
Yes, before I ask Councillor John Williams to respond and to clarify those points, I'd like to call on Councillor Michael Atkins.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say that I welcome this updated strategy. I think the changes from the previous year bring welcome clarity in a number of places. I personally remain satisfied that the Council's strategy for borrowing and investing remain prudent and appropriate, and the Audit and Corporate Governance Committee will continue to scrutinise the actual Treasury position on a regular basis against this strategy and the Council's overall obligations. Thank you very much.
Just before you respond, Councillor John Williams, I think Councillor Toomey Hawkins wanted to make a contribution.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of correction, if I may. The housing stock was retained, not because the administration decided it, but because the outcome of the, I think it was a consultation with the tenants, and the tenants voted that they wanted to stay with the council, and that is why the council stock was retained. Thank you.
Councillor John Williams, did you want to respond to the questions and comments addressed to you earlier?
Thank you, Chair. I will. Picking up on Councillor Cohen's point, first of all, as you'll see from the capital programme, there is an intention to borrow more in order to provide loans to Irman Street, and so therefore that is correct, and we will discuss that when we come to that particular report. When it comes to whether taking out short-term loans are a lower risk or not, I think that needs to be taken in conjunction with the minimum revenue provision, which is obviously you're aware that we have to make provision when we take a loan out to enable us to be able to repay that loan. And so, you know, when it comes to a short-term loan, there is less risk or lower risk. There is no such thing as no risk, and we understand that, but it just refers to the fact that when you come to look at short-term interest rates compared to long-term rates at the moment, there is a lower risk in the latter. With regard to, I think you mentioned the issue about interest rate exposure, and I think really that has been partly answered. You know, there is, again, whether we use a fixed rate or not, this enables us to be more flexible, again, to reduce the exposure to risk. And, you know, again, as I say, the reason we've made this change is to enable us to be more flexible when it comes to raising money, to enable us to spend on capital projects. Capital projects, actually, which have brought this council in over £7 million of commercial revenue a year. So I think that those loans are well spent. As you well know, we do not take out a loan, or we do not loan money onto Irman Street without ensuring that we are going to cover the cost of that loan. And in fact, as you know from our investment strategy, we look for a return above interest on our loans that we give, and also on loans that we take out to buy commercial property. So the chances that you describe where, you know, we can't repay a loan, actually, for no other reason than minimum revenue protection would prevent us from being in that situation. So I, you know, understand your concern, but I can reassure you that we are well aware of the risks involved, and we are taking every action to ensure that we cover those risks. And in fact, as the peer review reported, our financial management at this council is extremely good.
I'm just going to come to Councillor Heather Williams, who I think has a point of information. Just before I do that, let me say that we are straying into some of the matters which are going to be dealt with later on in item 8G. But I think you have a point of information relating to this debate on this item, is that right?
A personal explanation on some of it, just in relation to my concern is about the issue of the refinancing and the timing and the liquidity, because obviously a lot of these loans are higher than if you look at the liquidity allowance. But I don't believe I had an answer, Chair, on whether we are now moving away from before, when it was all fixed rate. Is the lead member saying that they will now consider variable rate borrowing?
Well, lead member, that question was put to you before. Do you want to add anything to your response?
Sorry, I thought I'd answered that. And basically what this does is give us more flexibility.
Right. I think that is the response to your question and to the subsequent clarification. I see no other contributors, so I suggest we move directly to an electronic vote on this, please. Yes, that would help. So, members, I'm hoping this is going to be a vote on the Treasury Management Strategy 8D. If you support the recommendations, you press the green, and if you oppose them, you press the red. Have we all voted?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Right, so that Treasury Management Strategy is approved as recommended by, I'm sorry, I didn't see the figures. What were the numbers again?
27 to 8, Chair.
27 to 8, just for the record. We move on to item 8E, Local Council Tax Support. And again, I call on Councillor John Williams to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I do hope this is something that we can all agree on. The revised local council tax support scheme has been enormously successful. It introduced a bounding system that made it easier for people to use, and then last year we ensured that for those most in need could get a maximum award of 100%. So it is being revised in line with the consumer price index as it was in September. As you know, we referred to that period, that date, to set things like this. So I hope that there's going to be no, that we can all agree that this scheme should continue and be uprated to 6.7% in line with the CPI as it was last September.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Do you have a seconder for your recommendation? Councillor Bill Handley, do you wish to comment on this?
At the end, please.
Does anyone wish to speak on this? I think we have Councillor Heather Williams. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. And those people that have been at this council for quite some time will know that this is one of my favourite items to vote on of the calendar year, because when I was first elected in 2018, it was one of the first things that I got involved in. And I remember sat at a table with Councillor Bradnam and Councillor Toomey Hawkins, and the banding system, we debated that really fully. But for those that weren't around then, it was really important that we gave people some certainty. And we appreciated that there is always with bands a little bit of a cliff and hill to overcome. But it was something that I think we all felt the certainty was incredibly important. And we have always supported it, and I will very happily support it again. Please don't make changes.
And then I think we have Councillor Helen Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask how our relief given to the poorest in our constituency, how it compares to other districts in Cambridgeshire.
Just before you answer that, Councillor Williams, any other contributions to the debate? I think not. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, in Cambridgeshire, Cambridgeshire, South Cambs, Hunts and the City offer up to 100% relief. East Cambs offers up to 91.5%, Fendland 80%, and Peterborough, I'm afraid to say, a very poor 70%. So that means the poorest people in Peterborough are expected to find at least 30% of the council tax in Peterborough, which I find, I don't know if other people here would join me, but I do find it unreasonable and hits the poorest in our society.
Well, Councillor Bill Handley, you wanted to reserve your comments.
Actually, Councillor Williams has just said what I was going to say. No, just to say in conclusion that there's a question later in the proceedings about the cost of living support that this council's undertaken, and I'll be able to sort of fill in some details later. So I fully support this. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Handley. Let's move directly to the vote. Now, risky, I know, but I'm going to suggest we might be able to do this one by affirmation. Can we all agree? I propose that we do it. That is seconded by Councillor Sanford, I see, and affirmed. So we can move on to item 8F, the review of revenue reserves. Councillor John Williams again.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm happy to recommend that you consider this report and note the movement in reserves as set out in Appendix A. And you'll see in Appendix A, the earmarked reserves are all accounted for in that appendix. Happy to deal with any questions as a result.
And do you have a seconder for your recommendation, Councillor Bridget Smith-Leader? Any councillors want to speak on this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate I don't want the longest meeting in South Cambs history other than the Waterbeach Planning Committee, because nothing could beat that time. But just on page 157, just say the He Council. So I think that might want some tidying up. But for myself, we still have significant sums in the transformation reserve, and I just don't think that money's been spent in the right way at all there, and will not support this at all.
Do I have anyone else want to speak on this or to ask questions? I think not. Leader, you reserved your comments. Did you want to add anything at this stage?
Nothing to add.
Councillor John Williams, did you want to respond to the debate?
No,
or shall we just move directly to the vote? And I think we'll do this one electronically, please. So if you support the recommendations, press green. If you oppose them, press red. Bear with us. I think there may be one or two more still to vote. So that vote is supported 27 votes to 8, including apparently Councillor John Williams. So we can now move on to item 8G, Irman Street Limited. You will recall, members, that we had a declaration of interest earlier on, indeed more than one declaration. I believe 2 members are leaving the room, including my Vice Chair. I propose that we ask Councillor Sally Ann Hart to stand in or sit in as Vice Chair during this next item. Can we take that by affirmation? Thank you, members. Right, so Council, we come to item 8G, relating to Irman Street. Additional funding on page 163 of your papers. And I call on Councillor John Batchelor as lead member for Housing to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm delighted to present this report and move the recommendations, and I'm ever hopeful that this perhaps is not a particularly contentious item, because I think all members appreciate that Irman Street has been a huge success and is contributing to this council massively. Just in the case of revenue, the interest that they're paying is well in excess of £4 million. That's something in the order of 15% of our budget requirements. And the company itself, we've already invested £100 million in it, and the asset base is now worth well in excess of 120 million. So it's a brilliant business, well run. And I think, I'm sure that all members would want to join me in congratulating Duncan Vesey and his team who created this business from scratch. And also, credit where credit is due. This was set up underneath the previous administration. And so, that's at least one good thing that's come out of that. So, good business, contributing financially, not only financially, they're also significant players in our homelessness policies, where they're working in partnership with Shire Homes, making properties available for the homeless. And part of this additional money is a contribution of £500,000 from our homelessness budget, which will allow them to buy houses that are suitable for the largest element of our waiting list, which is single people, and in fact single males who are desperate to find small properties or homes of multiple use. And through Irman Street's work with Shire Homes, we will be making a significant contribution there as well. And that's what I would like to say. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. You have a seconder for your...
I second reserve my right.
Councillor John Williams, thank you. And do you wish to comment now or reserve your comments?
No, I reserve my comments.
Councillor Graham Cohen.
Thanks very much, Chair. Through you, I just wanted to echo the comments that Councillor Batchelor had made. I think it's a very well-run business, and I think the board, which is comprised of both councillors and officers, does a very good job at keeping that revenue stream coming into this council, meaning that we can spend that money on frontline services for our residents. So keep up the good work.
Thank you. I think I saw Councillor Mark Howell move marginally, which means he wants to contribute to the debate.
You didn't, Chairman, but I will say something. I'm glad that it's all working well. It was very much a big effort at the beginning. We were rightly scrutinised because it was such a new departure for what we normally do, but it's worked well. And no matter which party is in control, I think we're all very proud of Irman Street Housing and will continue to do so. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Batchelor, did you want... I'm sorry, I think there may be... Councillor Heather Williams. Forgive me, Councillor Batchelor. Councillor Heather Williams.
How could you forget me, Chair? So yes, as others have said, and Councillor Howell, it is your baby, isn't it? It gets referred to as very much, you know, and it was a brave step. I think everybody recognises, and it was the right one. And we will always support where we think the investment is suitable, where we think the decisions are right for residents. We're not here to oppose just for the sake of it. We do it when we justly believe that there is a difference of opinion that's and just to say about the efforts for single males, I have had an incredibly difficult issue in my patch with somebody that has a terminal brain tumour and just a year older than me, and it's taken us a long time to resolve it, and it's difficult as councillors. You're going to sit here and don't worry, Chair, I'm sure we'll test your patience later on when it comes to the general fund, but there are lots of things that we do in our day-to-day casework, which is why we sit here. And I want to particularly pay a thanks to Charles Clay, who went above and beyond as an officer of our council. I possibly am going to increase his casework by recommending him to all councillors. But the efforts that have been done to resolve the case ultimately, and we need to make sure we don't have more incidents like that. So fully support this.
Any others? I see no others. Councillor John Batchelor, did you want to respond to that?
Well, just to say thank you very much, and I quit whilst I'm ahead, if I might. Thank you.
Right. We're not going to allow Councillor John Batchelor to quit in any sense. I think that's one we can take by affirmation. I propose that we do so. My Vice Chair seconds that. Affirmation, agreed? Agreed. Thank you, members. And before we invite, or as we invite two of our members to join us again, I think it's appropriate that we should pay credit to their efforts as members of this council in contributing to the work of Irman Street Limited. So I thought I'd say that while they're still out of the room to share their blushes. So if you give us a minute, we will reinstate ourselves and resume business in a moment. Right, well, as we resume, I would just pay thanks to Councillor Sally Ann Hart for standing in there, even if only rather more briefly than she anticipated. And we now move on to capital programme for 2024-25. That is item 8H on your agenda, pages 171 onwards in your printed papers. And I call on Councillor John Williams to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I move the recommendation that you approve the revised General Fund Capital Programme as outlined at Appendix A. I would like to add that this capital programme includes the Water Beach Renewable Energy Network, the North Stowe Community Centre, the North Stowe Phase 2 Pavilion, the electric vehicle charging facilities, a new vehicle for the environmental enforcement officers, new refuge collection vehicles, and of course the 2 million that we've agreed, 20 million that we've agreed for Irman Street housing. So I do hope that, that this council approves this revised programme for the next 5 years.
And you have a seconder? Councillor Bridget Smith-Leader, thank you. Do any members want to speak on this item? Councillor Mark Howells.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Chairman, I draw your attention to page 173 and the first paragraph, conveniently labelled A. And it says there how 298,000 is going to be spent with regards to the design fees for the low-carbon homes in Camborne. What I'm going to ask is, although I'm disappointed that the road is not going to be built for the school, what I am going to ask is, with regards to that particular design fields, if the briefing can contain some information with regards to a pathway or cycleway for the children to use with regards to that particular development. It would be much appreciated, and I'm sure the safety of the children is paramount to us all. And if that could be added, I'm sure we would all like to see that in the future. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Councillor Stobart to contribute at this point.
Chair, thank you. Point of order. I think if this debate will continue, I need to leave.
So Councillor Stobart has a direct... Yes, I think we'll just give Councillor Stobart... We hadn't anticipated that it would move on to this item, but Councillor Stobart is a director of the South Cambs Investment Partnership. So we'll just give Councillor Stobart time to leave the room. Who would like to respond to that point on behalf of the Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to. Yes, as far as I'm aware, it does include a cycleway and a pedestrian access through to the school from the business park.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. And so, in relation to this document, there is things that are of merit. We've just discussed Irman Street, and like I say, on those decisions, when we can agree, we will. Also, in relation to things like North Stowe, I mean, we were calling for what we've now got way before it was, and that was a closed session debate, so I can't go into it, but yeah, we fully supported and backed that, and indeed, when it then came back through in the way that we said it should in the first place, then we also supported that. However, for us to vote on this and be fully, we have to agree with everything in it, because you are voting on everything. So when those individual projects come through that we agree with, I'm sure you'll have our support. However, as was just referenced, I mean, this, and I sat on planning committee, and I was not prepared, to be honest, for the level of emotion that was involved in that. I don't believe that Skip actually benefited the Camborne residents in that way. We know that there was concerns from the school. In fact, we were accused of opening ourselves up to fatalities in that situation because of the way it was conducting. And there is money for that project in this report. And while there is money for projects that we just cannot agree on, and I appreciate, concessions, great, but ultimately, I didn't support it then, I don't support it now, and anybody that is uncomfortable with that proposal right outside this building that's been developed by this council should vote against this, and I will vote against this, particularly spending more money. Go back to the drawing board on that one and take the residents of Camborne with you next time, please.
just to emphasise that we are considering the capital programme for 2024-25, including some assurances just given. We are not revisiting the decisions of the planning committee at this stage. Any others want to comment on this item? Councillor Bridget Smith, you seconded. Did you want to...
No, I've nothing to add.
Nothing to add. Councillor John Williams, did you want to respond? I think then we move directly to an electronic vote, please. So if you accept the recommendations as moved by Councillor John Williams, you press green. If you oppose, you press red.
Thank you, Chair. That's all the votes.
Right. So that is, everyone has voted who wants to vote. And that recommendation is accepted and approved by 24 votes to 8. Perhaps we could invite Councillor Richard Stobart to join us again. Thank you. I'm just going to pause for a moment to give Councillor Richard Stobart time to return to us.
Okay, I don't know about that, but...
Are they here for the meeting?
Security people in the lobby will tell us whether
Okay.
Thank you. Members, we're just going to pause for probably... Right. I said we would pause briefly. I think we just have. Let's move on. We get to item 8I, which is the summary general fund revenue budget. Summary general fund revenue budget, yes. I call on Councillor John Williams to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. Gives me great pleasure to move the budget for the coming financial year, the general fund revenue budget. I think the officers have done a tremendous job in not only identifying savings, but also developing the facilities and the services of this council for our residents. And this budget is set against a challenging background for us. We have a rising population, increased costs due to inflation, and I would remind you that inflation is still increasing at over 4%. And we have a national homeless crisis, and that crisis is affecting us, and we've just spoke about that in the report on Irman Street. However, despite all of that, the plans retain the council as one of the lowest taxing authorities in this country. We are proposing a £5 increase for the year, which works out at around 10p a week. And we're able to do that and yet still have a number of important developments within the council in investing in our communities. I'd like to say that one of the reasons for being able to do this is that we have found we have reduced our costs, particularly through the transformation programme and through prudent financial management and robust investments. We have actually increased the commercial income to this council to over 7 million a year. We have also seen council tax increase to just over 11 million a year, and as a result of all this, we are able to develop the council in a number of ways. For example, our Zero Communities Fund, we are giving more support to that. We are also employing 2 more environmental enforcement officers to deal with fly tipping. We have put in the budget money for 4 more new neighbourhood plans. We are able to continue to support the Homes for Ukraine. We are investing in our learning and development team, and indeed the number of apprenticeships that this council is now offering, I think, is 36. And we are also able to increase a post in the contact centre with a contact centre manager. We have a tackling isolation officer. We have also been able to we're also able to increase a number of other posts and increase staff in very important areas such as the money, helping people, helping our tenants with their cost of living. So all in all, this budget, despite the very difficult circumstances we face ourselves in with rising costs, is actually growing, and I commend the officers for that. So I'm hopeful that we can approve this budget going forward. As I say, it's very interesting that our council tax level is actually, there are 3, there's 1 town council and 2 parish councils actually have bigger precepts than this council. So I think that indicates how we've managed to keep our council tax down while improving our services and meeting the challenges of the cost of living crisis.
Thank you. You have a seconder, I think. Leader, did you wish to comment on this?
No, but I'd probably like to talk at the end.
Okay. Councillor Heather Williams, I think you have an amendment for us.
Yes, Chair, if you're happy, we'll move our budget proposal forward now.
So these are the budget proposals as set out, I think, on page 225 of our printed notes. If you'd like to move your... Okay. No,
No, they've not been seconded yet, John.
Seconded by Councillor Graham Cohn, and I'm now in a position to ask Councillor John Williams whether he wishes to accept the amendment.
No, I don't accept the amendment.
Ah, right.
shock ripples through the council. Councillor John Williams
So
there.
I then come back to the seconder of the amendment to find out whether he wants to speak now or reserve his comments.
I'm happy to reserve my comments.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So through our proposals, what we have tried, and there are, as I said earlier, things we agree on and we've kept those, and things that we disagree on, we've changed. It's quite straightforward, really, in that sense. I note what was said in the introduction of the substantive item was that keeping council tax low. I mean, to be clear, this council over the last, across the administration, has taken the legal maximum that it is allowed to increase year on year. So I find that a bit difficult. And actually, although the reference is made to those small amounts, for a lot of our residents, council tax is their highest bill after rent or mortgage. And you know, we were told earlier, we can't resolve every issue at district level, but we can show solidarity and we can play our part. And at the moment, I think it's vital that we do show that, you know, we have got increasing household bills. We've had COVID-19 pandemics put immense pressure on. We have the Russia-Ukraine war. And, you know, we are paying financially for that. Although I would say, while we are paying financially, the people of Ukraine are paying with something far more valuable, and I think we ought to consider ourselves lucky that that is the method in which we are suffering through this. So we propose to freeze the council tax because we feel it is important, and it's important to support everybody because not everybody fits in a box, but a lot of people are struggling for the first time perhaps in their lives, and it just rubs salt into the wound when they see things like council tax going up, particularly when the controversial decisions around things such as the 4-day week, etc., are put into play. Now, where we would like to spend additional funds, I'm going to take it through the report just to stop everyone having to get repetitive strain from their wrists flicking the papers to and fro, because I know you're all keen to hear and listen. Planning enforcement, we were at committee the other day where we have someone on long-term sick and we've got another vacancy as someone leaves the authority. And we really do think that we've heard earlier actually around planning enforcement, even though there's debate as to whether it can or can't be enforced, it's a really important issue for safety and for residents to have trust in the system. So we think that needs bolstering. I do hear what the lead member for finance said in relation to 2 more environmental enforcement officers, but let's be clear, we currently have 1. 3, you know, it's incredibly hard. When you look at the cases, that's still way above, you know, 100 plus persons per case. So this would really help in reducing that workload. And then we may be able to see more than 1 prosecution in 500 or so many. And also it's important, this is something, it has been referenced, environmental crime is difficult because we are in a rural constituency. I completely agree. So it's important that we make sure that people have the transport to enable them to be able to travel around, and that's something that we've sought to address. So these are very practical. I appreciate the council tax is one of spirit, but they're very practical suggestions. Along with the contact centre, you heard my concerns around safety earlier for the renting out of the building, but equally I do feel that there'll be more pressure put on the contact centre when that happens. Inevitably, people will turn up, for meetings with people that are not of this council, and we need to make sure that we keep those call times down and that people get to where they need to and quickly. When it comes to tackling isolation, that's something that's very tricky. It can be on a case-by-case basis, and I commend Councillor Sue Ellington that is constantly on us to make sure this is top of the radar, and I'm pleased she does. So that's something that hopefully will help to address that. The self-financing, so you can see the majority of the money is coming from the Transformation Department. It's a department that has seen an extraordinary expansion over recent times. That's lots of salaries, and to be honest, I do not see the value in what's coming forward as warrants the cost and the millions and millions that's been spent on it, because we've had delays on the savings, and some of them we don't really know if we're actually going to realise. And for myself, it's not that transformation is a bad thing, but it's about how it's done. And I know members agree with me on our side, that it needs to be more transformative of culture. And the self-financing transformation scheme would encourage a culture of continuous transformation, continuous ideas, coming through, and that people are rewarded as a consequence. And we will reward the ideas of our officers, and we reward that hard work. We're also suggesting that now is not the time to be spending £100,000 on the data, the new data. We already have people that do, and do feel that actually if we scrapped the 4-day week, and due to the procedural issues and procedural changes there have been, then we would be able to have the capacity to do these
Williams,
things
could you
themselves.
wind up your
Thank you,
comments,
Chair.
please?
I will wind up. I've got 2 small points, one of which is the responsibility allowance. We'll go on later to discuss that further. None of these things that we are proposing to take the money away from have anything to do with those frontline services that were referred to earlier. And I think it's really important to remember that and to look at where the money is coming from. We do not need 4 magazines a year. It could be done in 2. And we do have a duty on fraud. And I hope that even if you don't support these now, and I appreciate there are political dynamics and for us to respond to, that you will look at what we're trying to do. This is balanced. This is doable. Different choices can have
Councillor
different
Williams,
outcomes.
when I said would you wind up, I didn't mean quite so many additional points, but thank you for your...
Can't blame me for trying.
I have 2 other speakers listed, 3 other speakers listed. Councillor Tom Byways.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to support this amendment. While it's true that local government has stress on its finances, it's even more true that our residents have stress on their finances. So they've had the war in Ukraine leading to enormous increases in the cost of heating homes. They've seen high inflation leading to enormous increases in the price of food. And this year is one of those years when we should freeze council tax. So most of the years in the, I think, 17 years I've been a councillor, I've voted for an increase. But there have been a few occasions, and the last one was when we had the general financial crisis in the early 2010s. In those instances, when there's an enormous crisis financially for ordinary people, those are the years when we should freeze our council tax. Now, as my colleague Councillor Heather Williams mentioned, this is a self-financing proposal. And what we're doing is taking enormous costs out of the Transformation Department. And bear in mind that prior to 2018, this was an extremely well-run and very lean council. Do we really need to be spending nearly £4 million to find savings? So we believe that this would be better, this money would be better spent on things that our residents are interested in, such as planning enforcement, envirocrime, contact centre, and tackling isolation. Now, one of the things that the lead Cabinet Member for Resources mentioned earlier was inflation. If every player in the economy, if everybody asks for a pay rise, if every company asks for higher prices, then that will just fuel inflation. So while it's true that there is high inflation, by increasing council tax, we are putting one extra little piece into inflation. And it's really the impact on our residents that we're here really to most be concerned about. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Byways. Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am going to speak in support of the excellent budget proposal put forward by my group. I'll just highlight a few of the key things that I think are very important. Firstly, I agree that we shouldn't be raising the council tax again. We raised the council tax by the maximum last year. We're proposing to raise the council tax by the minimum this year. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be doing our bit to help. And given the reserves, or the amount we're proposing to put into reserves, we could well afford not to raise the council tax this year. The additional planning compliance officer, we all know as ward members that enforcement is a key topic. Enforcement isn't in great shape in this district. We know that from information we were given at the last planning committee meeting. There's a significant backlog of enforcement cases. That backlog, it was confirmed to the planning committee, has gone up in the last 12 months. It is vital that we get on top of planning enforcement. There's a lot going on in planning, as we all know, in this district, and planning enforcement is not an area we're performing strongly. So I very strongly support the additional planning enforcement officer, which I think our residents would support as well. I couldn't agree more about the transformation department. Transformation should be something that's bottom up, not top down. I've always been slightly amused by the W1A-esque title of the transformation department, and I think most residents will be baffled to know what the council is spending £4 million on transformation to achieve with 63 staff. Transformation should be organic, and it could be done much more cheaply and much more effectively than is currently the case. So I'm very strongly in support of this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Brown-Milnes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The Leader of the Opposition started a contribution to this Conservative amendment by talking about people who are paying financially. But I was not entirely surprised to hear her not to mention the trust quarteng period, which did such immeasurable damage to our economy. It was a huge contributor to the cost of living crisis that we're now enduring. So it's a bit rich being lectured on finance and prudence by the opposition. And we not only have that as a history, but we've got an upcoming budget that the IMF has said doesn't make fiscal sense. So we've got more of the same to come, giving tax breaks for the rich while penalising the poor. So I think we shouldn't take any lessons from the party opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milnes. I think we should do our best to keep this debate to items within the control of this council and not speculate too much about a possible budget next week. Who do we have next? I think we have next Councillor Dr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Chair. I will support this budget, and page number 226, number 5, tackling isolation officer, tackling loneliness, urban isolation officer. Average 30% residents, here, average 30% residents in South Cambridgeshire suffer in loneliness. And this includes 37% suffering in mental health in this district. Staying lonely or loneliness is very much strongly associated with the mental health issues, including depression, anxiety, stress. And this may happen due to the workplace, family-related, financial situation, or because of the surrounded fast-growing societies. Staying alone and not getting any help can also affect the mental health conditions, and it contributes, and it will finally go to the NHS system. Another important issue is the integration. Along with the biomedical campus and the very fast-growing technology-based corporates who are here in the Cambridge, is actually brought a huge diversity in the current South Cambridgeshire demography and population. What social integration policy does this council have? People come here to support the economy, stay on their own, like an isolated island without having any immediate family background or support. Also the war-affected victims who moved to this region, they got some financial support, but I think tackling isolation officer can work deeply with many communities and manage their loneliness overall. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a number of other contributors to the debate. Councillor James Hobro.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to highlight the fact that we have a duty to deliver value for money to our taxpayers, and this includes finding efficiency gains from win-wins in policy decisions. And one of the win-wins in this administration's budget is the recruitment benefit that the 4-day working week has brought to individual departments such as planning compliance, in addition to the savings of several £100,000 that it's bringing to the overall budget. Now, I know from my casework in planning compliance that this department was struggling to recruit before the 4-day working week trial began, and in fact, it had no applicants whatsoever for a full-time position that was advertised shortly before the trial. Since the trial began, the same position was re-advertised and attracted multiple good applicants, which allowed the council to recruit a strong candidate to a full-time position, and this has improved our ability to deliver a strong compliance service. The opposition group is clearly concerned about compliance, but their amendment would erode the win-wins that we've built up that benefit this and the other departments. Adding another position to a department is futile if you can't even recruit to the existing ones. So I plan to oppose this amendment as it's not properly costed and appears to place ideology above the important practical consideration of using policy win-wins to improve the value for money that we provide to taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we have a number of other speakers. I propose next to call Councillor Ellen Leeming, then Councillor Anna Bradnam, Councillor Richard Stobart, Councillor Susan van der Ven, and then the mover of the original motion has the right of reply at the close of debate on amendment. Have I missed anyone out? I think. On the amendment or on the amendment, right. So we'll come next to Councillor. Right. Okay, thank you. So I come back next to Councillor Helen Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to pick up a particular point in the budget, in the alternative budget, which is the transformation figure, the 3.89 million. I'd like to just clarify where that has come from. I understand that it's come from the data submitted to DULUC as part of the return. Yes. So I think unfortunately that's created an element of misunderstanding because this line in the budget, it doesn't only relate to transformation. I think the full heading of that section is transformation, corporate services and HR. So within that heading is transformation, the communities team, the communications team, the digital team, the policy and performance team, HR, health and safety, emergency planning, personal assistance and the facilities management, including the cleaners. So, and also some of the Homes for the Ukraine team also sit under that heading on the report. So I would just like to ask whether the Conservative budget really does intend to treat those multiple services across the whole of the council as redundant. Are you aware of the immeasurable harm that the proposal to remove that would do?
With the debate, I don't think that was intended as a question for the mover of the amendment, nor was it, I think, intended as an allegation about my views. That's all right. So I propose to come next to Councillor Bradnam. In that case, we move to Councillor Richard Stobart.
Chair, thank you. So I'm looking at page 227 and item 10, data. I just wanted to comment on the need we will occasionally see in an organisation like this of the need for specialist support for certain things. So one of the things I think the Council will be aware of is the increasing amounts of data, information that we are handling, you know, from our residents, from tenants, from businesses, from government. And it behoves us to treat that data with respect and to make sure that the risk and timing associated with it are as crisp and sensible as possible. Now, when we're talking about data, the need for specialist support is absolutely required. You know, the terminology of data, the work of a data scientist, for example, is rather special and has received quite a lot of emphasis in terms of the professionalism and the techniques that such people have to acquire. So I think, if I can just reflect on a moment on perhaps a notional return on salary that we might see with specialists of this type. So in general, you know, if you go and hire somebody with technical capability, they can command something like about 5 times their salary. There is a rather spectacular figure that's often quoted in manufacturing of 20 times return on salary, which a specialist, particularly an engineer, can attract. So I think we can expect from well-deployed and well-recruited experts in the field a very good return on salary, which will more than counterbalance the investment of the salary in the first place. So I would say that the criticism or the comment in item 10 will be, I think, overwhelmed by the kind of returns that we see in a well-managed group. So I would suggest that that's not appropriate, and yes, together with the rest of the suggestions, I would oppose this amendment.
Councillor Susan Van Den.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the local authority exists to provide services to all residents, and especially our most vulnerable residents. We've heard in spades today the many, many ways, the many, many things that this council does to support our most vulnerable residents. There have been references to unpredictable pressures that come our way. Ukraine was mentioned. Climate change is going to present us with unimaginable new pressures. We can't even begin to quantify that. So we have an enormous amount of risk coming our way. Council tax is a basic tool. Not using it is a false economy, in my view, and I think we only have to look at Cambridgeshire County Council, which has been through this experiment and is on a much weaker financial position than it might have been. And as a result, it is not able to support our most vulnerable people in the ways that we all would like it to be able to do. So I don't support the proposal, I'm sorry. I would like to say one thing about the magazine. The magazine reaches people who are digitally excluded, and it is a practical publication. It's inclusive. That's what always jumps out at me. It's cheerful, it's helpful. We had a recent mapping exercise to understand where the magazine was not reaching households. A fantastic effort was made. In my own ward, I can say that I had an enormous number of emails from people who want that magazine and it wasn't reaching them. And I just thought it was quite a strong testament as to the popularity of that information coming quarterly. Thank you.
And now I call on Councillor Bridget Smith.
Thank you very much. So I won't be supporting this amendment, not because I'm politically polarised, but actually because it's completely irresponsible. It's not self-financing, because actually it would result in a reduction in services and a reduction in our ability to make realistic savings to the running of this council. So the council tax increase amounts to 42 pence a month for a Band D house, and we've already unanimously supported the 100% discount that we offer to those people who are struggling most. And you know, quite a few of those people are people who are actually working, and that's the sad thing about life in South Cambridgeshire at the moment, is that you can be in work, you can have 2 of you in work, and you can still find life very financially challenging. So, you know, we are already doing lots there. But, you know, back in 2018, we inherited a really, really low council tax base because of years of not increasing council tax. And you never catch up. And the demands on our services go up and up every year. And, this is an increase well below inflation, which is why, we are putting a lot of effort into our investment strategies in order to relieve the pressure on our residents. The reality is this year that 94% of councils are looking to increase council tax, most of those by the majority cases, and that's councils of all political colours, because this government have left us all in such a mess as regarding council tax. So Councillor Williams has said, we're rubbing salt in the wound. Well, the question is the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner rubbing salt in the wound when he's increasing his precept by £12.96, 260% higher than we are proposing our increase? So I think the Conservatives I suspect they're supporting him, whereas they're not supporting us. So if I just run through some of the details. Additional compliance officers, not enforcement, compliance. The planning service have not indicated the need for any additional compliance officers. If they identified the need, then we will consider it seriously. On envirocrime, the budget already contains provision for 2 new officers to deal with fly tipping and for a new vehicle for those officers, so that's all positive. On the contact centre, increasing the staff there, the KPIs actually suggest this isn't currently needed. But again, if the staff tell us they need more staff, then we will have a sensible conversation with them about it. Tackling isolation, possibly a good idea, but actually you can't say you want to start tackling isolation and then say you're going to halve the magazine, as Councillor van der Ven has quite clearly pointed out. It's a really valued link that deals with isolation by telling those people who haven't got access to the internet what's going on.
Councillor Smith, could you draw your comments to a close, please?
If I may make just a couple more points. On this 4-day week, I know we are politically polarised about that, and we're never going to agree. But the reality is, it's saving money and it's improving services. And it's a bit rum to be opposing something that is saving money. And then just one more thing, you talk about axing the data team. The corporate peer review advised us to start using our data better. We can't do that if we don't have the people who can do it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Before we proceed to the next speaker, I thought it would be helpful to just remind ourselves where we have reached in this debate on the amendment moved by the Leader of the Opposition. The mover of the original motion now has the right of reply at the close of the debate on the amendment. The mover of the amendment has no right of reply to the debate, but the seconder of the amendment reserved his comments earlier on and will now be able to speak. And we will then move to a vote. So I now come to the mover of the original motion, the right of reply to the amendment, which is Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this is a bit of a Alice in Wonderland budget proposal.
Williams, could I ask you to just pause for a moment? I won't do that. Councillor Williams, forgive me, I thought it was important that we just check that we are following the right procedure, and I've confirmation that we are. So please, forgive me for interrupting you, but if you would now like to resume.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, this is a rather an Alice in Wonderland proposal because, on the one hand, it's by freezing council taxes, reducing our income. And then on the other hand, it's taking away very valuable work being done by, for example, the Transformation Department in reducing our costs. So it's a double whammy from the Conservatives, reducing our income and reducing our savings. Take the Transformation Department, for example. They call it the Transformation Department. Actually, it's much more, as has been explained, more than a Transformation Department. And I think this sort of sums up the whole problem of this budget, because contained within the Transformation Department is the Communities team. Now, I assume that your tackling isolation officer would be in the Communities team, but you're going to abolish the Transformation Department, so you're going to abolish the Communities team. You talk about additional contact centre officers. They come under Transformation, but you're going to abolish the Transformation Department, so you're going to abolish them.
Point of information, Chair, this is just factually inaccurate and not in the report at all.
Councillor
So,
John Williams,
what's factually accurate? Your budget or my response to it?
Happy to explain, Chair.
Let me just clarify the rules. A point of information can be taken at the end of the speech concerned, and so I'm grateful if we could not interrupt speeches. Register that you have a point of information. We can come back to it. Councillor John Williams, how much time does Councillor Williams still have? Councillor Williams, you have a minute and a half or so. I just want to say for the benefit of all members that when I say can you wind up, this is not a comment on Councillor Williams, when you wind up your speech, I do not mean can you just put in a couple more points. I do mean can you please wind up your speech, and I shall try to apply that to all members equally. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd just like to say, it says in their report, I can't deny this in black and white, that the Transformation Department costs 3.894 million, okay? And that it's been expanded by 63 staff. And in fact, later on, there's a question which is saying that there are actually over 100 staff in the Transformation Department. But that relates to all the areas that fall within the Transformation Department. And as I say, if you're going to remove the Transformation Department because presumably you don't like savings, you don't like us transforming and finding more efficient ways of working, then some of the other things that you've got in your budget also fall, because those people would be in your Transformation Department that you are abolishing.
Right. Now, Councillor Heather Williams said that she has a point of information, which I'm sure she will keep very brief and to the point. And then Councillor Graham Cohn will have the opportunity to just... Yes, the question is, does Councillor Williams have incorrect information on the material point?
Yes, Chair, and there's also a personal explanation. So, and actually, Councillor Leeming was also incorrect. So, if you actually read all of point 9, it does say that the proposed removal of that 3.8 million is 306,000. Now, that still leaves 3.5 million to spend on communities, on contact centre, on everything else. It just wouldn't be part of a transformation department. So there is still 3.5 million in that pot. So what is being said is factually incorrect and not in the papers and completely made up. And in relation to my personal explanation, it was said about salt in the wound. I actually referred to the fact that council tax going up while council officers are being paid 5 days' money for 4 days' work. That was the point.
I think this is going a bit
that
beyond
was the point.
No, sorry, this is going beyond personal.
Said there was salt in the wound. So I was taken out of context.
We now move to Councillor Graham Cohn, who has the opportunity to second the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I will happily be seconding this amendment because I believe it's what our residents really want. So it's what people are asking for. So if we look at the contact centre, it's our front of house. People want that to be well staffed. They want their calls answered quickly. If we look at environmental crime, our residents want us to keep our streets clean. If we look at planning enforcement, our residents expect fairness. There are many good things that we haven't disputed in this budget, but we believe that these costed things, and we've demonstrated where we would find the funds from. And again, I would say actually our residents would agree with us about where those funds should come from. Should we be paying vast amounts in transformation? Should we have a 4-day week cost in this council? They would say no. So I think a reduction or a freeze in council tax and the things that we put forward are what this side are proposing and what our residents would expect.
Thank you, members. That brings us to the end of the debate on this amendment, and we now move to a vote on the amendment as proposed by Councillor Heather Williams. Can we set that up? And just to remind you that if you support the amendment, you press the green, and if you oppose the amendment, you press the red. Bear with us. Bear with us a moment. We think one person has had difficulty completing their vote. I think that is everyone, and that amendment is defeated by 26 votes to 7. And we then return to the debate on the proposal as put forward by Councillor John Williams. I'm not sure whether we have any further speakers, so I think I have a proposal that we move straight to the vote. Is that seconded? I think I agree with the Leader of the Opposition. This matter has not been sufficiently debated. Now that the amendment has been defeated, there may be scope for further comments on the substantive motion. But let me see if there are speakers. Now, those who have already spoken on the motion may not speak again at this stage, except, of course, the Chair's discretion as always. So anyone who has not spoken to the main motion previously, who would like to speak now? So I think that nobody, apart from those who proposed it, has spoken on the main motion. So I think everybody is entitled to vote. So I will then take Councillor Heather, take advice from my... Yes, Councillor Heather Williams, then Councillor Richard Williams, then Councillor Tom Bygott, then the Leader, and that is it for the moment. So, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So, reasons that I am dissatisfied with the budget, and we did seek to try and address this. If you look at page 187, paragraph 27, you'll see, yes, although transformation is meant to be saving money, yep, it's going up again, and huge sums. And as we said, couldn't even take 300,000 without them voting it down. Also, on page 197, when you compare this to last year, there is a huge difference in the depreciation, reversals and other adjustments. I mean, it's nearly 7 million's difference. So perhaps the lead member for finance could explain that variable. Also, on page 205, we have a huge variation in acquisition and development from the original estimate of 70,000 now down to 1. There may be reasons for this, but I think it needs to be said and needs to be explained. And overall, to be quite honest, you know, we've had the debate on the amendment. I know you won't wish to repeat that, Chair, but in a slight reply, I do think the spending on transformation is out of control. and it's not delivering the savings, just like we were told it would be 1 million, then 770, then 400, then the reality is 300. That's double service. Turns out it's 200. Now we're at 150,000. And when it comes to credibility, the issue isn't our figures. They are costed and balanced, and they're costed by officers of this council. So I hope you will retract that in the estimates and saying that they have no place in reality, or whatever Mr. Hasbro has said. You know, these are important decisions. You're putting council tax up. It's just tax to the max mentality. And just saying that it's always someone else's fault in this chamber. It's government's fault. It's, you know, it's housing issues. It's this, that and the other. Do you know what we are here to do? If you really think, sorry, Chair, not yourself, but if the administration really thinks that they are so powerless and it's all this big, nasty other persons and they've got no responsibility, why are we here? And that's why I focus on the agenda that we have in front of us. I was challenged as to why I didn't bring in national politics, because I'm sure plenty of us do that on the doorstep. But when we are here in this chamber, we are here to debate the papers and represent our residents, and we are doing that in the best way that we see possible. And, you know, there's no more wriggle room from this. If you're going to vote this through, you have to accept and take responsibility, not you, Chair, administration, because people are going to be really disappointed. And I am fed up of going places and being the joke council, to be quite frank. You know, it needs to change, and this budget does nothing to address that, and it's a very sad day in this chamber.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Page 187 again, paragraph 27. The proposal is to reduce spending in the planning service by 1.2 million. That is a very concerning aspect of this budget, and one of the reasons why I will not be supporting it. So we've already had the Liberal Democrats voting down our proposal to increase resources for planning enforcement, and now with this 1.2 million cut in planning, they're actually proposing to take money away from the planning service. The last planning meeting, just to give some statistics, we were told that there are 398 open compliance/enforcement, tomato, cases that are more than 6 months old, and we were told by enforcement officers that that number has gone up in the last 12 months. 398 compliance enforcement cases open for more than 6 months. Enforcement is not working. We all know enforcement is not working because our residents email us about it weekly. So rather than putting resources into planning to resolve that problem, we actually here have a proposal which is taking money out of the planning department, and I cannot support that. It is totally the wrong priority.
I now call on Councillor Tom Bygott.
Thank you, Chairman. So I've got a question. It's on page 209, and on that page you'll see a table, and the third line item down is delivery and strategic growth sites. And you'll see there that the number changes quite dramatically over the years. So it starts off at just over 2 million, then it goes down to 1.6, 1.3, and then in 24-25, 4.67 million. So obviously quite large amounts of money, and it'd be interesting to see what's actually going on there. But my question is that I understand from the 4-day week reports that South Cambridgeshire pays 62% of the cost of planning service. If officers don't do a record of their hours, how do we know that that 62% is correct? Thank you.
Councillor Bridget Smith.
Thank you very much. So this is a budget for growth, as I've already said, and about our business plan, growing our services whilst making sure our council's finances are sustainable long into the future. And we know we are a financially sound and a fiscally competent council because the independent corporate peer review told us we were. So, you know, we're one of the few councils still giving grants to people. So, you know, we've given out in the last 4 years £500,000 in zero carbon communities funds. Suffolk has axed all external non-statutory funding. And that includes funding that was going to district councils to help them deal with homelessness. They've axed all the funding to theatres and to leisure facilities. You know, we are actually increasing the amount of money that we're giving to communities to help them do things for themselves. It's actually the basis of localism, actually. And we are one of the few councils who are still upholding localism with financial support. So actually, this government are requiring us to demonstrate continuous improvement through the introduction of productivity plans. How on earth do we do that without a team of expert officers within the organisation to do transformation work that demonstrates that continuous improvement in productivity? We have Michael Gove, who wants this area to be the UK's Silicon Valley. That's pushing growth. You know, we are a pro-growth council, which is why I imagine we're still round the table in discussions until the point at which we find out what Michael Gove's vision actually is. So, you know, we have to have a budget that delivers on growth, not just to deliver the growth and the ambition of this council, but actually, you know, part of the council's job is to help government deliver on their priorities. As I mentioned right at the beginning, we are shortlisted for 2 awards because we are recognised by the sector as being at the cutting edge of innovation. So that we are very, very far from being the butt of jokes. Maybe Conservatives are the butt of jokes, but this administration is absolutely not the butt of jokes. The sector recognises us as being innovative way over and beyond what most other local authorities have actually got the guts or the expertise within their officer corps to deliver. So the budget delivers two more compliance of environmental enforcement officers for envirocrime, 4 new neighbourhood plans, just shy of £1 million on Homes for Ukraine, which is ring-fence funding coming from government, for which we're extremely grateful. We're creating 2 new posts to deal with litter picking along the highways. I'm sure that's the sort of thing that a lot of other councils are actually axing. We're investing in a learning and development team, as I said before, to make sure that we are all well empowered as members to continue to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Perfect response. Now, Councillor Byways has, I think, already spoken.
Yes, I'm not sure if this is a point of personal explanation or a point of order, but am I entitled to request an answer to my earlier question? Thank you.
Request has Councillor John Williams will be summing up and may choose to respond. The only other speaker I see in the debate is Councillor Pippa Halings.
Thanks very much. And I'd just like to reiterate something that the leader has said, and which I think is absent really from the Conservative amendment. It just shows the strength of this Liberal budget that's being put forward, and that's around what affects most of our residents, both old and young, and that is about the state of their environment, the state of water within our district, and also climate change. We had alongside COP28, when unfortunately the government was rowing back on our pledges, we held locally the South Cambridgeshire Local Climate COP as a conference, where we had representatives from almost all of our villages who were involved in our zero carbon community grants and their own actions on the ground. It is one of the most popular, and I know that comes from all councillors of all political persuasions know that this is one of the most popular grants that there is, and it has catalysed both hope and action by communities to work together with us to reduce our emissions. But not only that, to also address the biodiversity crisis and the loss of biodiversity. And we continue, despite government now saying that local authorities cannot ask for 20% biodiversity net gain, but we will continue to pressure for that, and we are working alongside our communities, again, with the Zero Carbon Community Grant and the Community Chest grants, to provide stimulus, support for them to also take action in terms of their local nature conservation actions too. That is one of the things I think we can all be proud of in this chamber. We know that our communities want it, and I'm so glad that this continues to be a pillar of the budget going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to Councillor John Williams, will, as the mover of the original recommendation, will reply to the debate. And after that, we will move directly to a vote.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, in response to Councillor Byways, I will respond to his question when we deal with questions. So that's the first thing. On the points that were made on Councillor Richard Williams talking about the planning budget, because that's a net figure, does take into account the increase in income that planning intend to do in the coming year. They've been very successful this year in increasing their income, and I'm sure that that success will continue into the next financial year. Regarding, I think the Leader of Opposition referred to a table, paragraph 27, which showed our spending and reduced spending and increased spending. And you referred to the increased spending for transformation. Once again, you failed to notice that it's actually transformation, HR and corporate services. And some of the savings are actually attributed to that because we have moved staff from some departments into that department. So again, you are failing to recognise that that department actually does more than just transformation. I think, you know, there is a fundamental difference here between the two groups. And the fundamental difference is this, that the Lib Dems want to take this council forward. The Lib Dems want to recognise that the world changes and that we need to be working smarter, in better ways, to ensure that we get better value for what we do for our local residents. And one of the ways in doing that is to ensure that we have enough staff to deliver those services. And the way we get enough staff in a very competitive labour market is to offer better terms and conditions than other people. And we are seeing that that is working. The 4-day week is delivering us more candidates for job positions. It is delivering us, filling posts in a permanent way, and not having to overspend our budget to pay for agency staff on short-term basis. Now, I get away from this talk that we haven't met some sort of target in savings for 4-day week. Actually, if you go back to the report that was before Cabinet in September 2020, we weren't talking about saving £1 million. That figure was what it was costing us at that time. If you go on to another paragraph lower down, it explained that we couldn't possibly fill all those posts that we had temporary staff in because of various things, like they were very short term or they were being funded from external sources.
Sum up, please.
But at the end of the day, it meant, though, we've managed to fill 10 of the most difficult jobs, and that has saved us money. So what I'm saying is the fundamental difference between your budget and our budget is that we are innovators, we are finding ways to find the savings, to increase the income, and to deliver a better service for our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I don't recognise this as being my budget or anyone else's. We're debating the general fund revenue budget, and we now move direct to the vote. And I'm going to take this vote, of course, electronically. So, if you support the recommendation as moved by Councillor John Williams, you vote, you press green. If If you oppose that, you press red, and of course, if you wish to, you can abstain. That's correct. So yes, we are voting on the general fund revenue budget, and that is the vote currently up on screen.
Yeah, that should be everybody now, Chair.
Right, so that proposal and the general fund revenue budget recommendation is approved by 26 votes to 7. Members, before we move on to the next item, I'm proposing that we now take a 10-minute break. So if you could resume here at 5:25. This session of South Cambridgeshire District Council meeting on 27th of February. And for clarity, we're now at item 8J, the housing revenue account, the revenue and capital budget. And for clarity, we will be taking the revenue and the capital budgets separately under this item. So I call on Councillor John Williams, the Cabinet Member for Resources, to present the report and move the recommendations.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to move the recommendations with regard to the housing revenue account and the review of rents and charges. It's extremely difficult for us to put together a budget which is actually going to be able to help us deliver the growth in the housing programme that we need. And because as you know, because the housing revenue account is ring-fenced, then what charges and what income we get for the housing revenue account has a bearing on what we can borrow and as a result of that, what we can spend or what we can build under the capital programme. So it's not been easy, but I think in the circumstances we have no other option but to recommend that the rent increase and also the shared ownership, rent for shared ownerships. But I'll leave it there.
Thank you. And you have a seconder? Councillor Batchelor, did you want to speak now or reserve your position to the end?
In the interest of speed, I'll speak now, if I could, Chair. Please. Thank you very much. As Councillor Williams has just said, the money that tenants pay has to pay for everything in the upkeep and of the 5,600 houses that we currently have. Even with this level of increase, which we're doing reluctantly, but it has to be kept in mind that this is the government formula. So most places will almost certainly be doing much the same. With this, we are running a deficit budget this year and probably next as well. You have to also bear in mind that of our total income from rents, more than 20% of that has to go directly to government in interest charges on the £200 million that we were required to borrow from them. And that is an ongoing cost, probably for the next 30 years. You should also bear in mind that some 40% of our tenants do receive benefits, and their rents are either paid in full or in part there. We also have support grants because we do recognise that there's a group of people which we might describe as the working poor who don't qualify for benefits but are in desperate need. So we have recognised that and are providing support there. So with our affordable housing, next year the average rent will be £126 a week, and for our affordable properties it'll be £170 a week. This is very considerably, as you appreciate, below well below market rates and represent extremely good value within our area. So other than that, I too would recommend that we move the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Batchelor. Does anyone wish to speak on this debate? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. So when it comes to the new build programme, the capital programme, the administration will have our full support. However, we are concerned about the increases that are being made for affordable rents. I appreciate the comments that have been made by Councillor John Batchelor, Chair, in relation to those on benefits, but there is that bracket that are going to be affected by this. And our concern is that there is not sufficient mitigation against that at the moment to be making these increases. And also, we have the increase on shared ownership as well. I appreciate it's a difficult situation and it's hard, but I do think there could have been changes and different allocations of funds and a different approach would have enabled for the capital programme to be pursued whilst not increasing the rents, at least not increasing them as much as they were. Perhaps there could have been a little bit of leeway, and I think all members will understand our difficult decision to not support this because of our concerns. However, as we'll take the revenue bit. I assume the political arithmetic will mean that will pass, and then we will support your capital programme. But right now, I'm just not comfortable supporting the increase. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Williams, did you wish to respond to the debate?
I'll do it at the end.
I thought you might be at the end. Yeah.
That's great. Good. I think, as I said earlier, as we all know, the housing revenue account is a ring-fenced account, and as you can see from the Appendix B, part of the income that we receive from rents has to go towards the financing of the capital programme, and the two go together. So you can't continue to have a good capital programme without having some funding from rents towards it. So, as John said, we regret this, but we've looked at various other scenarios. We've done some other modelling, but at the end of the day, if we want good quality council housing, we want to continue with the refurbishment of our council housing to bring it up to really good, so that it is inexpensive to live in, and we want to build more council housing to offset not just right to buy, but actually increase the housing stock, then I'm afraid we have no choice but to increase rents by the 7.7%.
Right, I now propose we move to the vote. Just to be clear, the recommendations are on page 231, and we are dealing with the HRA revenue budget, that is items 2A, B, C, D, E and F, and we will come back shortly to the remaining items of this agenda. So on that basis, if we could set up the vote, we're ready to go. As usual, if you accept the recommendations as proposed by Councillor John Williams, you vote by pressing green. If you oppose, you vote by pressing red. Have we all voted? Yeah, I think that's everybody, Chair. That's 27 of us remaining, and the proposal, as moved by Councillor John Williams, was supported by 21, opposed by 6, so that is passed. And we now move back to what you might call the other half of that item, which is the HRA capital budget. And again, I come to Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I move the capital programme for the housing revenue account. And you can see I'm particularly proud that on paragraph 65 on page 242 of our record since 2018 of delivering more council houses than have been sold under right to buy or disposed of in other ways. And you can see there that over the past 10 years, we've now ended up with a net gain of 46 council houses. It seems to, be an awful lot to be able to do that. But as you can see in years past, this council has suffered by the right to buy scheme, with our best housing stock being having to be sold, and us not having the means to replace it until the government changed its regulations and allowed us to build more homes. So, you know, I'm very pleased that we've turned the corner, and we are now starting to increase the council housing stock, and I'm, you know, and this administration is determined that we should continue on that path.
Councillor John Batchelor.
Yeah, happy to second this. Nothing further to add.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, and I think it is important when we're referencing between, you know, previous decades on this, that we do appreciate that there were very different circumstances, as Councillor John Williams has said, about the right to buy changes, but also there was a requirement for us to sort of take down rents as well in certain times when the economic situation was difficult. So as far as I'm concerned, both the previous administration did their best in the parameters they were working in, and I hope on this, and we are supporting the Lib Dems' current administration proposals to try and get the maximum out of this. We've always agreed on that. It shows that we can agree sometimes.
Before I go back to Councillor John Williams, do we have any other speakers on this item? Councillor John Williams, did you want to add anything to what you said? I think maybe we can take this one by affirmation. I propose that agreed. Thank you. So we now move on to item 9, which is the council tax resolution for 2024-25. And you'll find this on page 259 onwards of your printed papers. And I come to Councillor John Williams to propose the recommendation.
Thank you. I'm not going to make one speech. I'm just going to propose the recommendation on the paper.
Thank you. And you have a seconder? Councillor Leader? Thank you, Leader. Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
Just for clarity, Chair, we don't want to rerun, if we can, the debate of the fund, but I think it's pretty clear that we're not happy with council tax increases, and we'll vote against the resolution.
Do I have any other speakers on this item? Councillor Williams, do you have anything to add? Let's move straight to an electronic vote, please. So those in favour of the recommendation as moved by Councillor John Williams, it's green, and those opposed, it is red. I think we may have one more to vote, have we? I didn't see anyone leave the room. Okay, so all of those present have voted, I think. We want to vote. Give us a moment. Right. So all of those present who wanted to vote have done so, and that council tax resolution as proposed by Councillor John Williams is passed by 21 votes to 6. I will just pause for a moment to let Councillor Stobart return to his seat before we move on to the next item. Well, we now move on to item 10, which is the review of polling districts and polling places. And I will present this report as chair of the Civic Affairs Committee. The Civic Affairs Committee recommends that Council approves the adoption of a revised schedule of polling districts and places as laid out in Appendix A, which starts on page 283. And I think it's important to bear in mind that while the returning officer is independently responsible for running elections, the Council, upon recommendations of the Civic Affairs Committee, has responsibility for keeping polling districts and places under review. And there have been several changes to our existing polling district arrangements proposed, creating new polling arrangements for Camborne, deleting an obsolete polling district, updating arrangements for Marley and for Impington South, and also Councillor Garvey has had to leave us, but on a query that she's there. Oh, I beg your pardon, Councillor Garvey gave me her apologies immediately before we started this item, and my eyesight is obviously defective. I think it was Councillor Garvey who raised the query regarding the polling district arrangements in Eddington, and revised arrangements there are part of this proposal. And so the returning officer will keep under review the arrangements used in Camborne, Histon and Impington, Gamlingay and Milton. So with that, the Civic Affairs Committee has met in December and has recommended to Council the adoption of the revised schedule as set out at Appendix A. Does anyone want to speak on this item? Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just ask that, like Girton, I mean, we've had Stoke-on-Quay district split between the new development in Marley and the village, and it would be helpful if we also had a map showing the new arrangement for Marley as to exactly where the boundary is, and who's still in the village and who's in the new development. That would be very helpful, I think.
I'm going to refer that to... I think the answer is yes, we can produce such a map similar to the one on page 289. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies if I missed it, but we know you moved it. I wasn't sure if I heard a seconder. If you haven't got one, I'm willing to give you a seconder, but I didn't hear it,
Yes.
sorry. On the item itself. Oh.
I think perhaps I ought to ask Councillor Paul Bearpark to second it formally before we...
Yes, I'm very happy to second the motion, Chair.
Thank you for that. Councillor Heather Williams, if you'd like to start again.
Thank you. Well, I don't need to offer to second it now, so that's what, hopefully that means you can take it by affirmation. Just as I normally do, put the call out about making sure that we're always checking in on Tadlow, because it's, I think, the only one where it's in somebody's house. They very kindly open up their house, but I do think that's something, you know, I get nervous if they ever consider selling their house.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak on this? Councillor Dan Lantel.
Thank you, Chair. I'm assuming that the Willingham Highgate being deleted SD2 is why we've now got for over on Willingham page 286, Willingham South, the parishes of Willingham and Northstowe, Plowman Hall and Northstowe Community Centre. Those two locations are not especially close to each other. Is there an explanation for that? Thank you.
I'm going to ask the Head of Electoral Services to respond to that.
Hi, Councillor Lentel. No, Willingham Highgate was created because of a community governance review that took place between Willingham and Over a few years ago. The boundaries have now rationalised and become the case. We don't need that polling district anymore. It was between the two parishes. It doesn't serve a purpose anymore. Willingham South is because of new parliamentary constituencies being formed along ward boundaries at a different time to when our wards were created. So it needs to be there because at the moment, in the current parliamentary constituencies, a very technical answer, sorry. In the current parliamentary constituencies, it falls in a different constituency to the rest of Willingham. Once the new constituencies are in place, we will be able to, in a future review, remove Willingham South as well. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, Councillor Lantel.
So just to confirm, this would be a polling station for residents along the old Long Stanton parish boundary. This isn't for the whole of the village.
Willingham South is a very small polling district that sits between Willingham and Northstowe.
Thank you. A map would be very useful.
Any councillor that wants to talk to me about maps, I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
So we have an assurance of map, and I fear the assurance I secured for Councillor John Williams previously was illegitimate because the motion hadn't then been seconded, but I'm pretty sure we'll still manage to come up with a map. Any others wishing to speak on this? Councillor Richard Williams.
Tiny point, Chair. Page 287, in regard to Whittlesford, it refers to the parish of Triplow. Triplow parish changed its name to the parish of Triplow Heathfield, so it'd be good if we could update that.
Yes, I think we may need to just check subsequently that all the formalities for that change of name to go through have been completed, but I'm sure that can be accommodated. Yes. Right. Well, look, I don't see... I do see another. Councillor Tom Binder, thank you.
Just on that earlier point from my colleague, Councillor Lentel, the middle of these three columns, where in Willingham South it talks about the parishes of Willingham and Northstowe, are those the locations where the polling stations are situated or where the electors live? Because it's where the polling place is.
I'm good.
Okay, so it says the parish of Willingham and Northstowe, but Northstowe is actually a town rather than a parish.
Well, that's one I'm certainly going to refer to the head of electoral registration.
A town is a style of a parish, so I think it's technically okay. The polling place is an area in which the returning officer must cite a polling station. So it's always historically been the case in South Cambridgeshire that we've usually defined polling places to be quite broader areas in case we ever end up with a situation where a polling station becomes unavailable late in the day. And so for Willingham South, we have to define it as 2 polling districts because the polling station has to move depending on which election is happening. So for those electors, parliamentary election, if there was to be a by-election in the South Cambridgeshire constituency now, those people would have to go to a different polling station. So that's why we have to define it as such. I'm happy to change. This is a live document. It's no problem for me to change it to a town of Northstowe. That's fine. I'm happy to do that.
Yes, Councillor Dandenthal, you have had a previous question and a comeback. Do you want to come to us again?
Yeah, just so long as Willingham comes before Northstowe, that's fine. Thank you.
Let's now move to a vote. Can we take this by affirmation? I propose that we so do. So we now move to item 11, which is the pay policy statement. And this is on pages 291 onwards. Yes, that's correct. And I call on Councillor John Williams to present the report and move the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. I move the recommendations on page 291. You'll see the report is, as it says, we are required to produce this statement, and it looks back over the previous year. I'm pleased to say that our ratio, the pay gap reporting ratio, has slightly improved, and we're now ratio 1 to 6, or just over ratio 1 to 6, and that we continue to have a mean gender pay gap or median gender pay gap in favour of females. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer it.
And you have a seconder? Thank you, Leader. Councillor Bridget Smith. Does anyone want to speak on this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of things. On page 300 and 301, I appreciate what's been said about the ratio being 1 to 6.1. Got to be careful how you read that. It looks like a lot of full stops, but I think I'm right in saying 6.1. It says that council does not have a policy on maintaining or reaching a specific pay ratio, and I'm between the lowest and highest paid colleagues. And I think this is something about equality, is particularly with what's been happening with the 4-day week trial, that's something that has concerned us most definitely when we had a situation where you had waste service and manual workers from 32 and desk space 30. I appreciate efforts are being made to change that, but equally we can see again in the staff employment papers that there's an attempt to take away, or provision to take away, market supplements in waste, but not in other departments, and not in desk-based departments. So whether there's actually true parity going on in relation to that is yet unknown. And I'm just wondering whether it would be advisable. I would urge, I know we're required to do this, but I would urge a policy on this because I think it's really important. There is also no reference to the 4-day week. I think that is a mistake. I think it should be included. And earlier on, it was said about incentives for people. And actually, I think on page 299, I was quite shocked. The pension, 17% pension is quite an incentive for local government. I work for my mother and I don't get anywhere near that, so I'll have to be taking that up. But also, and what was said, yes, positive on the gender pay gap. I accept that. It means that, but I do long for the time when we don't have to have gender pay gaps, and actually it's not positive or negative, it's just the best person for the job. And that's something that I hope that I see in my lifetime.
Any other speakers? Councillor John Williams, did you want to respond?
Thank you. Yeah, we'll take on board the comments that have been made.
So we now move to a vote. Let's be clear that we do not have a proposal in front of us to introduce a formal policy of improving that ratio, but that is a suggestion which John Williams has said we can take on board. So with that, I think we now move to a vote. I would propose that we do this by affirmation. Agreed, thank you. So, we now move on to the Swavesey Byways rate for 2024-25. Before I call on Councillor Henry Batchelor, I just want to ensure that there are no members present who may have a peculiar interest in this matter. No. Good. So, Councillor Henry Batchelor.
Thank you, Chair. So usually this is quite an uncontroversial item. It comes before us every single year at the budget meeting because we have to set the rates for the byways, but this year we do have a slight bit of controversy in the way that the word byways is spelt in the report. So you'll see there has been an inclusion of a controversial letter E. My view is that it shouldn't have the E, but regardless of that, we have the report as it is. I would like to say, well, two thanks. Firstly, to officers for obviously drawing the paper up and doing a lot of the negotiation with the relevant landowners, who it's worth noting are all in agreement with this particular rate, which hasn't actually increased from last year, so it's still set at £1.20 per hectare. And secondly, also to Councillor Sue Ellington, who I know is instrumental in these negotiations, and were she here today, I would have asked her to second this particular paper. But I understand that a member of her group will be seconding on her behalf and does have a statement on Sue's behalf to read out. So, yeah, I would very much like to put this forward to Council. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Williams, I think you have agreed to second this in Sue Ellington's absence.
I have, as unfortunately she's had some sad family news. So, yes, and I have a statement from her. Happy to take
Please.
that when suits the proposal. I can make it now, if you so wish.
Yes, I think it would be suitable to read out that statement now, if you would.
I will try to channel Sue, but I don't think it will work, so I'll just read it as it is. So this is from Councillor Ellington. Swavesey Byways Committee have managed the byways, she uses an E, by the way, over the year. The dry summer helped to maintain a good surface with the grader. The use of the grader to mechanically resurface has set a precedent in that instead of the local farmers carrying out the work by hand, a contractor has been paid to use the grader. Unfortunately, The very wet winter has resulted in the need for significant repairs as soon as it is drier. However, there is adequate finances available to carry out the work. So that's the endorsement of Councillor Ellington, and in our group, if Sue's happy, we're happy. So I think you can take it by affirmation, Chair.
Right. Okay, so I propose that we take this vote by affirmation. Agreed, yes. You were right. I think I'm going to have to move to a separate vote on the E. No, it's not on the agenda. Report of the Independent Remuneration Panel, the members' allowances scheme for 2023-24. I'm going to call on the Elections and Democratic Services Manager to present this report. Andrew Francis.
Thank you, Chair. This is the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel. I think the recommendations of the panel, hopefully fairly self-explanatory. They're on page 309 of your agenda pack, paragraph 1. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else to add to that.
Right. May I ask if we have a proposer? Councillor Milnes proposes. Do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, very briefly. This is rather late coming forward and is from the current financial year rather than the next one, because there was a delay while we replaced one of the members of the IRP. It's also lower than inflation, so we're taking a move backwards in terms of remuneration from a fairly low base still. We didn't take the suggestion of the IRP back in 2018, and we've taken lower than recommended on a couple of occasions since. But I'm happy to support this recommendation at 5.4%, and we'll revisit this issue again for next year before too long. Thank you.
And I believe Councillor MacDonald, you're going to second that. Do you want to speak?
I'd like to speak at the end.
At the end, if this is not the end. So does anyone else want to speak to this item? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Just doing my job. I don't particularly enjoy speaking this much. But I can understand why it's tempting, and like councillors, like everybody else, are dealing with the cost of living. But for me, at this time, it doesn't feel the right thing. I appreciate what you say, that it's small amounts, but I think there is something symbolic that we could do in saying that we're with people and that we're not going to put it up. And it would be a small sacrifice for us to do, but would actually probably mean quite a lot, especially in a meeting where we've just, had the council vote in favour of putting up the tax burden on residents. It doesn't sit right, it doesn't feel right, and we won't support it.
Councillor Dan Lentel.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there's anything we can do as a council that more angers and frustrates residents than to put up council taxes in a meeting, put up council house rents in the same meeting, and then vote that money into our own pocket. Now, I appreciate the point that's made. It's a small amount, and I think that the principle is one that is rather binary. Therefore, I would strongly like to suggest the American Constitution's 27th Amendment. Interestingly, it was written by James Madison, but didn't get ratified until the early 1990s. And it essentially goes along the lines that remuneration for senators and congressmen should not change until an election has happened. Now, I think that the job that we do is very important. I think the work that councillors do is very significant in our communities. And I do think that the remuneration needs to keep a pace, particularly with the cost of living. But what we could do is to say we're going to take the tough choice, but we're not going to take it for ourselves. That's the bit that doesn't sit well with me. That's the reason I'm going to be voting against this. And I would honestly urge folks, we're here to represent residents. This is not something our residents want us to do. They do not want us to increase our own remuneration. I will look forward to hearing from the parliamentary candidates in the room on this subject. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Dr. Richard Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a short point, hopefully. I agree with what Councillor Heather Williams has said in general, but I did just want to flag up this new special allowances for members of the combined authority. And I think we do seem to be getting into a space where the committee allowances are a bit odd, because there are a number of committees where members serve which don't receive any allowance at all. I mean, that includes JDCC, which is a fairly significant amount of work. So you know, you don't get anything for civic affairs. Again, all of these committees carry significant workload. So it does slightly worry me that we're introducing new allowances for specific committees, and we're getting into a very odd space of some that get allowances and some that don't. I think that needs a comprehensive review if we're going to have these allowances for committee members.
Before I return to Councillor John Williams to respond, do any other members want? Indeed, before I return to Councillor Brown-Milnes, do any other members want to speak on this debate? Councillor Peter MacDonald, you reserved your position, so it's now your opportunity to...
Thanks, Chair. I'm trying to be brief. Rather like Councillor Milnes, I'd like to thank the members of the IRP. It's an independent process, of course. Independent panel members, they're not paid a great deal of money, and I think for what they do a great job. Everybody in the chamber will be aware that many members here have full-time jobs in addition to their council responsibilities. And moreover, a lot of members here are the family breadwinners. Sometimes, and it's happened to me, our employers request us to take leave to attend meetings in council, and our families suffer less time with us as a result, and we should never forget these considerations. Last year I gave some input along with other councillors to a review and a benchmarking of our allowances, and that benchmarking last year found that we were well below most comparable councils in Hunts, East Cambs, City and Fenland. So on the proposals we have here at the moment, the South Cambs allowance, for example, is already £1,000 below the basic allowance East Cambs. And East Cambs Conservatives have just voted to increase the basic allowance by 12%. And that would be then £1,100 above even the proposed new allowance that we have in South Cambs. So I think the increases are proposed here by the panel takes account of inflation, takes some account of the time members have to spend travelling, for example, outside South Cambs for combined authority work, as Richard Williams mentioned. I think most importantly and lastly, as we go forward, we have to encourage people from a wide section of society to be able to join the council. It's very important for the health of this council. And I think the recommendations from the IRP make some effort to recognise the investment of time and family commitment that people put in, and would encourage people to come forward for this council in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Propose this. Do you want to add to?
I'm just going to say one thing in response to Councillor Lentel's remarks, because I think generally there's a sense of dissatisfaction with the process where we have to vote for our own remuneration. It ought to be different. It ought to be more inclusive. More younger people should be able to come to these rather than as grey hair heading for retirement, but not yet a situation. So, but I still recommend it to the council. And
thank you. Now, I believe I may have missed Councillor Tom Bygott. Councillor Bygott, the problem that I have is that we have now summed up the debate, and therefore I'm reluctant to take further contributions to it. Do you wish me to suspend that decision? I think I probably have the discretion to do so if pressurised.
Yeah, could I do a point of information?
Oh, yes.
So Councillor MacDonald mentioned that East Cambs had put up their council tax, but I believe they haven't put up their council tax.
They put up their own allowances, but they've frozen it.
Does that deal with your point of information, Councillor Baggett? That it was not the council tax, but the members' allowances that were put up in East Cambridgeshire, as I understand it.
Okay.
Good. Now, we now move to a vote. It's clear to me we will need to do this electronically. And before we do that, I just want to clarify where we are on this. Just want to remind members we're talking about the current year's allowances and not next year's allowances. And these are the recommendations of an independent panel that we appoint. I've no doubt that some of the comments which were made in this debate can be taken into account in relation to next year's allowances. So we come to the vote, which is to agree, it's as on page 309, to agree three things: an increase in the basic allowance to 5,800, an increase to all the special responsibility allowances of 5.44%, backdated to the start of the current year, and a new special responsibility allowance, 580, to members of 3 new committees of the combined authority. I take the point that there may be some inconsistency here, but I think that is a matter for the IRP to be invited to consider on a future occasion. So with that, I would ask that we go to an electronic vote. If you accept the support the recommendation as put forward, proposed by Councillor Milnes, then you will vote green. If you oppose that, then you would press red. Right. Is that everyone? Yes. So the recommendation on the report of the Independent Remuneration Panel is passed by 22 votes for, 5 votes against. Now, before we proceed to any other business, I have to ask somebody to propose that we should continue beyond the 4 hours limit. Councillor Brown-Milnes, do I have a seconder for that? Can we take that? Yes, I think, forgive me, I'll take the Councillor Graham Cohen, thank you for seconding that. Can we take that by affirmation? Thank you. Right, we can now proceed to next business. And this brings us to item 14, the calendar of meetings. And I call on the Elections and Democratic Services Manager to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. Just as per page 323 of the agenda, this is to approve the calendar of meetings for the next municipal year.
Does anyone wish to speak to this item? I propose this. It may well be that somebody else was meant to, but I just proposed it. Who wants to second it? Councillor Anna Brandon has seconded it. Thank you. So does anyone, now that we have seconded and proposed it, does anyone want to speak to it? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. Just that we did used to have a provisional date put in for either March or April, and that's a meeting that seems to have been lost. And the only reason I say that we used to put that in because sometimes we do have business that we need to sort out, but before regulated periods, and sometimes it's fine within it. But it's a lot easier to take something out of our diaries than it is to try and find a date to put in it. So it might be worth, in the future, just keeping that provisional date, as we've done in previous years.
I suspect that we can, in fact, keep provisional dates without them formally being approved as part of this calendar, unless I'm corrected on that. So, having taken account of that, can we then move to a vote? I think we can possibly do this by affirmation. I propose that we do so. Can we do that? Is that agreed? Thank you. So we then come to the reports, firstly of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Combined Authority. The reports are before you. Do our representatives on the Combined Authority have any comments they they wish to add to that? I see none. I see a certain amount of concern on the faces of certain councillors. Did anybody wish to comment?
Chair, it was just, normally it's just a question of taking questions, is it not?
Perhaps you could say that again slightly more loudly.
Sorry, normally it's just a question of taking questions from members to any of our representative members.
Yes, I have invited any representatives on the combined authority if they wish to comment before we do that. Do any of our representatives wish to do so? And then we can take questions, and just for clarity, the combined authority representatives concerned, I think, are the Councillor Bridget Smith on the combined authority board, Councillor John Williams as substitute. On the overview and scrutiny committee, Councillor Judith Rippeth has now stood down. Councillor Aidan van der Weyer is not here. I've now replaced Councillor Judith Rippeth on that. And then on the Audit and Governance Committee, Councillor Jeff Harvey, who is also not here. So any questions to our representative on the Combined Authority Board? Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Throughout the report, it does go into the audit and governance, but I do believe this was seen by the board, so whoever there was a representative on the day might be able to give some clarity. It is a bit of a sorry read. I'm not on the combined authority, so we are reliant on our representatives feeding back to us, and it is worrying in relation to the bullying references and the code of conduct complaints that are put inside it. We also can see that although we've not seen the report ourselves, that the Mayor has apologised. So I assume there's been, and I think it's been quite clear there has been some wrongdoing by somebody somewhere for that to happen. It's very difficult for people in the public domain to really grapple with what has happened here, and it's really worrying and is concerning because, as has been said before, officers of our council go and work with people at other authorities. They have meetings. We send councillors there, and it's very difficult because we can't really see what's happened. But what I also would like confirmed is whether any members of our council have seen in full the documents that relate to this. And if they have, did they agree to have them private so it couldn't be seen? I appreciate names might need to be redacted of victims, but we should have a bit more transparency that we've got. And given what has gone on, how is our board representative and our representatives of the combined authority as a whole, how do they feel about all this? And should we be as worried as it appears in the papers?
Councillor Bridget Smith.
Okay. What a shame to bring this up again, quite honestly. So I've spoken at length about this in the past. There's a very, very detailed report in Appendix 5. So no, I have not seen the report, nor, as far as I'm aware, has any member of the board. It was a recommendation of the independent panel that it was inappropriate for the report to be shared, and therefore it was not shared. So I haven't seen it. But if you look at 9.4, it says, based upon the evidence before her, primarily the report, she was the view that the information contained in it supported its findings and conclusion that the Mayor, Dr. Nick Johnson, had breached the CPA's code of conduct in relation to civility and disrepute. And, on 9.3, it said there was no justification for any accusations of bullying and harassment and confidentiality and access to information for the accusations made there. So, the combined authority needs to get on and do its job, and a line needs to be drawn under this. It was all dealt with very, very properly by an independent committee, and it helps no one to keep on dragging this up. So I am very confident that everybody is safe and happy at the combined authority, and we need to carry on and get the job done of delivering on all the jobs that it is its responsibility to do.
Councillor Heather Williams wanted to come back again. I think we can allow that. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I was very careful in the words that I used, but I don't think it's a shame. And I do not apologise for seeking reassurance about the safety of councillors and officers. And I think to be so dismissive, that is what was shameful there.
Councillor Bridget-Smith.
Okay, so I am not being dismissive of this, but, you know, we have rehearsed it in this chamber in the past. A full investigation has been undertaken. All the evidence from that report is in front of you. You're aware that the Mayor has apologised to whoever and has carried out all the recommendations. So it's all been done. And just, you know, potentially, you know, doing further damage to the reputation of the combined authority is not helpful.
Councillor Dan Lentel, I think you had a question on this.
Thank you. £1 million was spent on this ethics report. £1 million. When the people pay for something, they should get to see it. And the issue is not, I don't think anyone has suggested that the Mayor has acted inappropriately himself. It's whether he allowed or encouraged behaviours, which is covered on page 343. But the reality is, this is about people feeling safe at work. We now know in the public domain that former employees have PTSD. We know that they're not getting references to go and work elsewhere.
I'm sorry, this is just hearsay. I'm sorry, I cannot allow these unfounded accusations to be made in a public place, I'm afraid.
Councillor Smith, questions, we can take them.
Is Councillor Anna Bailey of East Cambridgeshire District Council, is she a liar? Because all of the accusations...
I don't think that's a question we can take here, Councillor Lentel. Before you proceed any further, I just want to remind all members here that we approved the minutes of the meeting on 30th of November. And I'm just going to read to you the relevant paragraph. The leader reported that a cross-party committee had reached a unanimous decision regarding the imposition of sanctions on the Mayor due to a lack of leadership regarding his response to a matter that had taken place 2 years ago. The Combined Authorities Monitoring Officer had advised that it was not in the public interest to publish the full investigator's report. The leader, that is Councillor Bridget-Smith, expressed the hope that the Combined Authority could now focus on working hard for the residents it represented. I would not want this council to keep coming back to matters which we have dealt with fairly thoroughly in previous meetings. Councillor Lentel, did you want to add a specific question to your... I don't want any allegations, if you don't mind. If you keep it to a specific question, then I'll ask Councillor Smith to respond.
Given that Councillor Smith opposed the creation of this office, and quite rightly, I've seen the speech she gave, it was a very good speech, in which...
Sorry, what is your question, Councillor Lentel?
The question is, why is it so important that an office that was never going to work be defended in this way? That's the bit that I simply sit here and I do not understand. Why is it so important to defend an office that is fundamentally unworkable?
Councillor Smith, do you want to take that question?
So that is your opinion. It's a combined authority. We are part of the combined authority. Whether I, at that time, supported its creation is neither here nor there. We've now got it, and it's incumbent on us, and in the best interest of our residents, and of delivering value for money, that we work with it and make it work, and do not do what other people are doing, which is try to take it down and destroy it. It is not in the best interest of our residents.
Now, I'm prepared to take one more question on this. Did we have any fresh questions on this? I think not. Councillor Williams, no. You have had a question on this. Do you really want to come back to it again, or do you feel we can move on? Yes, I had thought I saw Councillor Richard Williams put his hand up, but in fact he was just telling me he was leaving. So we don't usually allow further comments on this, but if you want to, I will use Chair's discretion to allow it.
Thank you, and I respect that that's your decision and that other members should not be instructing you as Chair as to whether you should or not should take things. My question, I do feel, is unanswered because I asked whether arrangements were in place for our staff and councillors? And have we checked as a council whether any of our staff, because actually things like this can be incredibly difficult to come forward, particularly if it does become big, and that's not been answered, Chair.
I'm going to intervene here because I think we did, if I recall, address those issues at our meeting on the 30th of November. So I am reluctant to even put those questions to the leader. I do not want us to keep going around in circles on this issue when we have already discussed it fully. Do you want me to ask the leader to address that question, or are you happy that this is a matter that can be...
Chair, we're here to discuss the papers. It's in the papers, and that might be inconvenient, but no, I would like an answer to my questions.
It's not a matter of convenience, it's a question of whether it has already been dealt with in a previous meeting. We'd make a point of not coming back to matters we have already dealt with, as recorded in the minutes of the last meeting. Councillor Smith, do you want to add a further comment, or shall we leave it there?
All I'm going to say is that, you know, under the current mayor, which absolutely was not the case under the last mayor, all the chief executives of all the local authorities are heavily involved in the organisation. They are all the heads of paid services, and I am absolutely confident that all the chief execs will be ensuring the safety of all their own staff for whom they are responsible. I don't know if Liz Watts wants to add anything.
Chief Executive, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to confirm that I've got absolutely no concerns whatsoever about this issue.
I think that is as far as we can usefully go on that matter. Now, we don't need to take a vote on this. We merely need to note the updates, the reports. So can I take it that that is noted? Thank you. Greater Cambridge Partnership, and this is on page 379 onwards. Council is invited to note the decision summary from the Greater Cambridge Partnership. This is not, of course, the minutes or the draft minutes of the meeting. Do our representatives on the GCP have any comments to make? Councillor Brown-Milnes.
Happy to answer any questions, Chair.
Any questions for Councillor Brown-Milnes? I see none, and again, we only need to note this item, so this item is noted. Item 17, the Oxford to Cambridge Pan-Regional Partnership, and the notes on this are on pages 383 to 386. Does the Leader of the Council want to add anything to this report? Can we note the reports as tabled by affirmation? Is that acceptable? 383 to 386. Can we note that report? I agree by affirmation. You want to speak on it? Good. Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you. So on this, I have said before that I am concerned at the lack of information. I mean, it's a very small, I mean, blink and you miss it. And it's something that is meant to be, you know, doing a lot of work. And I would encourage and ask our representative to put a bit more flesh into the reports. I appreciate some of it will come from other places, but there's nothing stopping more being given. We've not even had an introduction to it. I just think, considering what it's doing, and I know we'll be told there's a website, but actually there's more to transparency than a website. It's not the answer to everything.
Before I ask the leader to comment, I'm going to comment myself, which I don't usually do. I don't think that members of this council would appreciate the agenda papers being increased in length by very much beyond 386 pages. I do think, however, that a number of members of this council have an interest in finding out more about the Oxford to Cambridge Pan-Regional Partnership, and that there might be other ways of accommodating that interest. But, Leader, I don't know whether you would like to comment on this, or indeed Chief Executive, who I think wrote the report.
Thank you. So I'm going to say there's a website, and there's full disclosure and transparency on the website.
Right. Thank you for that. Membership of item 18. I think we're now at item 18. There we are, yes. Item 18, membership of committees and outside bodies. So do the group leaders have any changes to committee membership they wish to share with council? Leader?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Councillor Rippeth has been replaced on the Planning Committee by Councillor Redrup, and Councillor Garvey is the new substitute. Councillor Rippeth has been replaced on the CPCA Scrutiny Committee by Councillor Fane, with Councillor Stobart as a new substitute, and Councillor Martin Khan has been replaced on Scrutiny Overview Committee by Councillor Bear Park. Thank you very much to those members who have served and those who are agreeing to serve in the future.
Thank you, Leader. Does the Conservative Group Leader have any changes to announce?
As of 10 seconds ago, yes. Could I please put Councillor Tom Bygott as substitute for the JDCC in replace of Councillor Graham Cone? Thank you.
Right. We now move to questions for councillors, and I remind everyone that a period of 30 minutes is available for questions. This includes questions where notice has been provided as set out in the agenda, and if there is time remaining after those questions, we'll deal with questions which have been notified to the Elections and Democratic Services Manager before the start of this meeting. I think there were none. No. So, and I think we will probably be kept busy with the questions we have on the list here. So I start with Councillor Helen Leaming.
Could I just suggest something? I don't know if all members would acknowledge and support it, for written answers to be given, so we could go to motions.
That is one suggestion. Councillor Heather Williams.
Chair, that would literally be removing our right to supplementary questions. I think if members aren't present, then written answers, and if individuals want to, but I wouldn't agree to a blanket because it does remove the supplementary right.
Would you accept that, Councillor MacDonald? Yes, I share your concern at that point, but I think we have to allow members their opportunity. I'm not going to take further comments on this. I regard that matter as resolved. So I come to the first question, which has been submitted by Councillor Helen Leaming.
Thank you, Chair. As written.
As on, yes. And I'm going to respond to this. The question, to remind you, is how to celebrate the 50th anniversary, and the Council will be celebrating that 50th anniversary on the 20th of March at 6 p.m. in the street downstairs. We have invited a number of speakers. There will be entertainment by, I think, 2 local groups, and an opportunity to review and to view some of the key events that have happened throughout our last 50 years, with a small exhibition in the Swanley Room. During the afternoon, we will plant a tree to commemorate the 50th anniversary. The Deputy Lieutenant has been invited to join us for that, together with one of our apprentices. And of course, all councillors are invited, as are long-serving colleagues. The planning work on this has been undertaken by a cross-party councillor group, supported by Pippa Turvey, our Democratic Services team leader. And of course, all members are very welcome to be there, and we do encourage you to apply as soon as possible so that we can organise the catering. I'm going to add one thing, which is that there are a certain number of members who did not come back for various reasons at the last elections. And if any members are unable to attend and think it would be appropriate to pass on their invitations to whether to members of the group or to others who were members, councillors here until very recently, that would be fine. I would also add that there will be no alcohol at the event because we don't have a licence for it. And I'm told that members can bring their own alcohol, but I'm not proposing to make this a BYOB party. So I think we will have an alcohol-free event and enjoy it. Thank you, Councillor Leaming. Did you have a supplementary? No. No, Chair. Councillor Sally-Ann Hart. Gone. We'll give Councillor Hart a written answer, which is what she was happy to do. Councillor Eileen Wilson.
As written.
As written. I believe Councillor Bill Hanley is going to respond.
Yes, thanks, Chair. This is about the cost of living work that the council's been doing for some time now, delivering innovative solutions to help the at-risk residents of South Cambs to survive through the cost of living crisis. That work's been continuing. 500 electric blankets were delivered directly to residents, of which 421 were targeted directly at individuals on certain disability benefits and who are receiving council tax support, with other blankets, the remaining blankets, being distributed by the council's income maximisation officers and GP practitioners. The mobile food hub, which was set up in the summer of 23, has now expanded, visits 6 villages each week, and there's a 7th due to join the schedule soon. The 6 villages identified were identified by mapping sort of deprivation data from the council against where current food banks already operate. Mobile food hubs will bridge the gap between existing services. In addition to these schemes, we're now finding new ways to signpost residents to the support that is available and which comes at no extra cost to this council. An advertising campaign's been run. We're encouraging residents to apply for the support which they're entitled. A sponsorship initiative with the Cambridge Independent newspaper and advertisements on guided busway saw visits to the council's cost of living support webpage more than double. We're also, from this year, we were advertising was run from the council's own Facebook page, which had a reach of almost 25,000 people. And finally, officers ran an online training sessions aimed this time at professionals and community volunteers who work with vulnerable individuals. It's thought that speaking to them via these sort of people who already have their trust can overcome reluctance to engage because of the perceived stigma associated with seeking help in this way. So I think I'll leave it there. I could add more, but bearing in mind
I wouldn't encourage you to add more. And before we move to our next question, I should say that we have a lot of questions to deal with, and brevity in answering them would be appreciated. Our next question then is from councillors. Yes, I beg your pardon. Councillor Wilson, do you have a supplementary?
I don't have a supplementary, but I'm just very pleased to hear about all the initiatives that help our residents who are in need.
Thank you. Our next question is from Councillor Sunita Hansraj. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. As written.
As written, thank you. And I believe Councillor Bill Hanley is going to respond to this at rather shorter length than previously.
It's a shame because we've got such good news to impart. I've got such good news to impart. But anyway, yeah, the Western Park Sports Pavilion in Northstowe was opened in January. Elite Sports manage the pavilion and all of the associated sport pitches. Demand is really strong. It's already been well used by local clubs, particularly since a lot of the grass pitches are unplayable because of waterlogging. One thing I really want to say is that some of the 4G pitch, the artificial pitch, is open at certain times for use by young people free of charge. I'm really pleased about that. I think, again, in the interest of time, I will make my full answer available, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Yes, I think that is something that would be encouraged in all these cases, if we could have a brief verbal answer and the full answer made available in writing. And I then move to the next question from Councillor Dan Lentel.
Thank
supplementary?
You, Chair. Oh.
Sorry, yes. Is there a supplementary, Councillor?
No supplementary.
No supplementary. I thought that was what you said. So I then move to the next question from Councillor Dan Lentel.
Thank you, Chair. As on the order paper, and I'm very happy to take a written response.
That's very helpful, thank you. I'm sorry, if you haven't been asked the question, I can't invite you to give it an answer. Councillor Dan Milton, did you want to review your original decision, or are you happy to take a written response?
I fear that, as has been made clear about the lack of security in the hall, that I don't want to be attacked for trespassing on everyone's time.
Councillor Lentel, thank you for your consideration. I'm sorry, Councillor Batchelor, that you will not have the opportunity to give your verbal response, but you will be able to give the written response. It does also mean that Councillor Lentel will not get a supplementary. We then move on to Councillor Heather Williams.
As on the order paper, Chair.
I'm afraid that Councillor, the leader has had to leave us. I don't know whether anyone else wants to respond on her behalf. Councillor John Williams.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to say that this is a subject of, this was subject to member briefings last week, and it will be in the report going to Employment and Staff Committee on Thursday. And I would add that back in November, it was quite clear that the trial, when the trial finished, the 4-day week practice would continue until a report was produced.
Councillor Heather Williams, did you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sure members will appreciate, obviously, the submission date for questions was prior to the briefing, and I do appreciate that. But does the leader, or the person speaking on behalf of the leader, really think it's acceptable for us to have to wait that long for something that affects all of our residents?
I think, as we said, that we should wait to the end of the trial so that the full 12 months of the desk-based trial can be taken into account. Also, of course, we've only just started the trial in the waste services, but as I say, both of those areas will be part of the report that, well, has been published, so you know what's in the report. The report's been published for Thursday's meeting, and no doubt we will discuss it then.
Our next question is from Councillor Graham Cohn.
As on the order paper, Chair.
And I think Councillor Brown Milnes is to respond.
Yes, so in the pursuit of brevity, I'm going to applaud Councillor Cohn for a brilliant timing, because we launched the new Insight last week. It's available, it's imperfect, still a work in progress, but we're putting all the information that we can in there. So it's a major step forward, and I thank Nicole Simpson and the team for the work that they've done in producing that. Finally getting over our tenancy issues with access or not to various resources that we've had to work around. Thank you.
So, Councillor Cohn, did you have a supplementary?
Just briefly, so I thank Brian Mills for that answer, and I'm glad that we've now had it for, 2 working days prior to this question being asked, having been without it for months, and 2 systems not working, not serving councillors, so we can get to officers to answer our questions, which has been chaotic, to say the least. I am pleased that officers have finally got this sorted out, because it needs to be sorted out for all of our benefits. Would he agree that it needs to be kept up to date, so things like officers' phone numbers, work phone numbers, working hours, the day that they are not here because of the 4-day working week, and when they are not and in the office would be really helpful as well. So when they are working from home or when they plan to be in the office would also be helpful for councillors. Thanks very much.
Councillor Mill.
Yes, so very quickly. Agreed with everything except the where they are. I'm really not sure that that's something that we could commit to. The other issues that you asked for are, I believe, mostly in train. So the consistency of information is, for the moment, a problem. You know, some people have, for example, previously wanted to avoid having their photographs on Insight. Well, no, I understand.
Where they are is important. Yeah.
Well, as long as they're accessible, it doesn't matter geographically where they are.
Sorry, Brian Mills, that's what I'm alluding to. The fact that they are accessible, we have their contact details, and you know, we
I
know
think
when
we've
they're
had
good.
a supplementary
so we
and
share-
an
we-
answer to the supplementary.
we
so
share
I
that
propose to move to the
perspective.
next question, which is Councillor Tom Bigott.
As on the order paper, Chair.
And I think Councillor John Williams, you're going to respond to this?
Yes, sir, thank you. It's good to hear that staff have been telling you about how their productivity has improved since they started trialling a 4-day week. Yes, there is evidence that process changes, such as having shorter meetings, can improve efficiency, but what really drives productivity is when these process changes are combined with people working less hours overhaul, allowing them to focus their energies and stay mentally sharp whilst working at pace. There is now considerable evidence that shows that people who are well rested, are committed to the organisation they work for, and have a good work-life balance are significantly more productive than average. Calculating how much of the improvement in productivity we've seen is driven just by process changes, such as having a shorter meetings, and how much is due to combining them with a working 4-day week is not straightforward. However, on the council's intranet, people are sharing ways that they have found to streamline processes or improve the way they work. These improvements are being documented, so no matter what our ultimate decision on a 4-day week, these process improvements will not be lost.
Councillor Bigott, do you have a supplementary?
I don't think my question was really answered. I mean, were you saying that it's difficult to actually answer? I did pick that up in the middle there, but you didn't really give an answer to the question. You know, what method do you use to work out the difference between the fewer meetings and the 4-day working week?
Well, I suppose the ultimate is whether or not they complete their tasks, and whether or not we see an improvement in the quality of their work. They're the things that we measure by, and at the end of the day, we measure overall performance through the KPIs. So, you know, I think drilling down into such detail as you suggest would be very time-wasting. You know, we don't have the resources to do that, and clearly we are seeing improvements in productivity, and therefore, you know, the current methods are, I believe, satisfactory.
Now, did you have a...
Yeah, no, I realise I put Councillor on the spot there, but could I get a written answer to that? Because it didn't really seem to answer the question properly. Thank you.
You happy to supply a written answer?
You should have my answer written.
Now, we have a number of other questions tabled. I see Councillor Mark Howell is no longer with us. Councillor Richard Williams had to leave us. Councillor Shavona Buttigieg, Councillor Bunty Waters. So I think we should take note of a couple of points from Councillor John Williams' answer just there about the improved productivity of shorter meetings, and perhaps move on to the next item. All of those who were unable to be here to ask their questions will get written answers. We move on then to motions, and members are reminded that a maximum of period of 30 minutes is allowed for each motion to be moved, seconded and debated. The first motion is standing in the name of Councillor Dan Lentell. Now, Councillor Lentell, you made the point earlier that you didn't want to ask your question on this issue of the white ribbon following the announcement in order to save time with the council. Do you wish to propose your motion?
Sorry, Chair. I did ask for the question to be asked. I just followed Councillor Peter MacDonald's suggestion of questions on the paper and written answers.
So, do you wish to propose your motion?
I do wish to propose the motion, yes.
The floor is yours.
Oh, sorry, or am I allowed to reserve the time to speak afterwards, or how?
Yes, I think.
Greenhorn here.
Yes, you need, if you have a seconder.
I do.
The seconder can reserve their time to speak at the end.
Right.
But do you wish to speak to propose your motion, or leave it to your seconder?
I think we heard an absolutely splendid talk last time we were all together about why this motion and the actions that have surrounded it. From Elizabeth McWilliams, I thought she gave us an absolutely splendid thing. I've read the minutes of what she said. I would like to leave it at that, if that's all right, and say that the motion as it stands is, you know, the action is now happening. It's a very good thing. Look, this isn't my lived experience. I'm happy to sum up at the end, but I hope that people will understand why I don't feel it's appropriate for me to speak to the ins and outs of an issue which, as a guy, doesn't affect me in quite the same way.
Yes, before I invite you to suggest a seconder for this, you've just said to me that you're happy to leave it with what Elizabeth McWilliams said at our last meeting, bearing in mind that since then a decision has been taken. So do you wish to put forward a seconder for your motion?
I do. My seconder is Councillor Judith Rippeth.
So, Councillor Judith Rippeth, do you wish to second this motion?
Yes, I do.
You do, and do you wish to speak now or at the end?
I wish to speak now.
Right, the floor is yours.
And firstly, I would like to thank Councillor Entel for bringing this motion to Council, providing the opportunity to debate such an important and highly relevant issue. A domestic abuse related call is made to the police in England and Wales every 30 seconds. Domestic abuse is also a crime which is largely hidden and often goes unreported to the police. The chilling statistic of 1 or 2 women killed by a partner or ex-partner every week sends a shiver down all our spines. No relationship starts with violence, and indeed some abusive relationships are not violent. However, a rise in misogynist language, which goes unchecked and is indeed sometimes normalised, is often the root of abusive relationships. The seeds of this misogynist language are sown in the playground at school, in the workplace, or on a night out. The malign influence of some social media influencers on young in reference to girls and women, often passed off as just banter, is having a growing impact on boys especially, and is now a major concern throughout the education system. White Ribbon UK works to end violence against women through education of men and boys, supporting them to take responsibility for their own actions and thoughts, and to call out harassment, sexist and violent behaviour when they see it, and in turn empowering women and girls to expect equality and respect. I also believe that the work the Council is now undertaking to achieve White Ribbon accreditation complements and strengthens that of the DAHA accreditation awarded to this Council in December 2022. Domestic abuse is a scourge on our society in 21st century Britain. I am therefore happy to second this motion in the fight to end violence, especially against women and girls, and also sometimes men, in the home and also outside the home. I hope that my council colleagues of whichever political colour will join me in supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Judith Rippeth.
I'd like to move an amendment which democratic services have been made aware of. I believe there's a paper to circulate.
Okay, I'm advised that yes, you can move that amendment. Is that amendment accepted by the movers of the motion?
Yes, Chair, I wholeheartedly accept, and indeed am planning to second the amendment.
I see. Well, before we consider that amendment, Turvey is circulating it, and I'm going to pause the meeting for a couple of minutes so that members can actually read the amendment. I think we're taking a pause. So, they've introduced an adjournment. You will say,
Do we understand this to mean that the entire motion has been replaced
I'm
by
going to
this?
just comment on that. So this is the first time I've seen this amendment, and it is in effect a new motion. It replaces the previous motion. So unusually, although the seconder has already spoken, I'm going to use Chair's discretion to invite the seconder to speak briefly to her amendment, and then I need to just check with the mover of the motion that he accepts this amendment in place of his motion. Councillor Lentel, can you confirm that you accept this amendment?
Yes, Chair, I've seen this amendment, so I do accept it.
Councillor Rippeth has spoken briefly to this amendment, i.e. this replacement motion, I'll then ask Councillor Lentel to speak to it, and he will have 3 minutes to speak to it, and we will then, if councillors want, have a short debate on this before we move to a vote, which I'm hoping can be done by affirmation, but that is for councillors to indicate. So, Councillor Judith Rippeth, you have put down an amendment which is effectively a new motion. I'm asking you to take no more than 1 minute to propose your amendment.
Propose this amendment, and I do feel in what I've said, I have covered a lot of what is here, and everybody in the chamber has had a couple of minutes to read this in detail. It is just emphasising again so important that this is a society problem, but we need to do what we can to help in the fight against domestic abuse, and through the White Ribbon, specifically domestic violence. And I'd just like to draw your attention to the resolutions, especially the second one about writing to the Secretary of State for Education and also Secretary of State for Digital Culture, Media and Sport, because it isn't just happening here, it's happening across the country. And I think the more we can work with all levels of government on this issue, to raise the profile of it so it doesn't go hidden, the better.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Lentel, before I've said I invite you to speak on this, I'll just remind you that you said earlier on that you didn't particularly want to speak on this issue because you felt it was for others, and that you had a question earlier on in relation to the introduction of this by the Council, and you said you chose not to ask that. So if you would keep your comments brief on this, that would be appreciated. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, I have to ask, am I speaking to the amendment or to the motion, to the substantive motion?
They are actually the same thing now. Okay. The amendment has replaced the motion. The amendment has replaced the motion. The floor is yours, Councillor Lentel.
And are we debating, or am I summing up a debate?
You're introducing this, you're effectively seconding what was previously your motion.
Right.
You have 3 minutes, Councillor Lentel.
Here we go. 8 years ago, I became a stay-at-home dad. And it's the best and it's the toughest job I have ever had. My previous regular playing gig involved international travel, an expense account, and a lot less human, unparliamentary word. Being a stay-at-home dad has taught me an awful lot about myself as a guy. One of the things it's really taught me is that as a guy, I have been hardwired from a very young age to see problems in a certain way. The best resolution is to bring about an external force to solve the problem, i.e. hit it with a rock. And actually, when you're a parent or in any kind of nurturing job, you can't simply impose external solutions. You have to nurture the solution from within. And the reason that I was so drawn to the White Ribbon accreditation is because it speaks to something that I have learnt over the last 8 years. And that is that change doesn't just happen. Change doesn't just happen because you want it to happen. Change doesn't just happen because it needs to happen. Change happens because we make it happen. And the best way to make change happen is through education. Men need to change. The world has changed, and in some ways the world has not changed. Actually, what needs to change is men and their relationships with women, their relationship particularly with young women and with women in contexts which, frankly, our ancestors didn't have to deal with. I'm, just as I'm the first member of my family to be the full-time carer for our kids, since we all climbed down from the family tree, there are people in all sorts of new situations and new gender roles. And the only way that we're going to make sense of it, the only way that we're going to be inclusive, the only way that we are going to fundamentally improve our society is that good old-fashioned thing, education, education, education. And I'm so glad that we are doing this, and I'm so grateful both to Councillor Rippeth and to Elizabeth McWilliams for their work in bringing it about and advocating for it. Obviously, I cannot speak to other people's lived experience, but from my own, men have got to change. We're only going to change with education. I commend the motion to the council, ESD. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, because you have accepted the amendment, i.e. the motion, it is now effectively your motion. So I will now open this for debate, and at the end of that, you will get an opportunity to reply to the debate before we move to a vote on that. Do I have anyone wanting to speak to this amended motion, let's call it that? Councillor Khan, and then
I briefly want to...
Councillor Leeming, and then Councillor Cohn. Councillor Khan.
I want to briefly speak in favour of this motion, and I'm very glad to see how it's been amended. I think it's been much improved by the amendment, in particular in drawing attention to all forms of domestic abuse. I think about 90% of domestic abuse is men of women, but there is in fact 10% which is women of men. And also, there were personal experiences that are happening within same-sex relationships. So these, basically violence is wrong, and abusive relationships are wrong. I would also comment that it's interesting that I think a study was done of men who were, men's attitude to women and men's general attitude in terms of control. And it was found that two-thirds of men generally are peaceful, don't tend to have what you might call abusive attitudes towards women, and about a third are. And the problems always arise from this one-third of men who have this attitude. So it means that there are means of targeting, and we have to somehow work out how to target and how to find the people that we need to address and trying to modify their behaviour. So I'm very much in favour of this, and means which can, I'm keen that we look forward to means by which we can make progress in achieving that, in reducing all forms of abusive relationships in all forms of domestic situations.
Thank you, Councillor Khan. Councillor Bradman. Okay, Councillor Bradman doesn't want to speak on this. Councillor Leeming.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to speak in favour of this amended motion. So one of my duties as sort of wider councillor duty is to sit on the domestic safety partnership. So that role involves seeing statistics of cases in our area, and the most serious part of that role is actually sitting through domestic homicide reviews. So I from personal experience and sadly from professional experience now over the last nearly 2 years, I can see it's our duty to do all that we can on this subject, to strengthen our response to this this crime, which is often insidious in our area, and to increase education in the wider community. I see this motion as complementing the work of our community teams, the Community Safety Partnership team, and the work that's already undertaken by the housing team with the DAHA accreditation. But all I can say is that anything which strengthens our response and increases education in this area is undoubtedly a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Williams. I'm sorry, Councillor Cohn.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was just going to say that I wholeheartedly agree with what is presented in front of us, both with the original motion and the very extensive sort of amendments that we have, which almost rewrite, but there's nothing in either that I disagree with or you know, wouldn't support as a councillor or as a human, really. But I think really the principle for me, when you look in at the White Ribbon campaign and go through their documentation, it's pretty clear from what's on their website and their documentation as to what they're getting at. You know, this motion really could have been just that we support the White Ribbon campaign, and there's lots of stuff around it, both in the new amendment that we've got and in the original, which I also support and agree with, but it's all part of that really, what is within their that their charity has been set up to deal with, as we heard last meeting from Elizabeth.
Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. When it comes to the White Ribbon campaign and the content that we've been asked to look at in the context, fully supportive. I am going to raise a procedural concern, and I stress now this is not a political one, this is a procedural concern. When we bring motions such as this to full council, there are often numerous reasons why, sometimes personal, sometimes professional, sometimes in relation to our residents. And when we craft our motions, we do so in the hope that, you know, there might be amendments, there might be things. I've had it in the past, and there's been numerous times when actually you negotiate wording and what have you. This is a complete rewrite. And while I still support it, you know, this is not a question of my support at all for the principles here. I think it's absolutely wrong that on an issue like this, there has been there was so many ways to, yes, improve, yes, merge, and I worry for the precedent that it sets for the ruling group to just be able to completely rewrite. You have the political arithmetic, I accept that. But surely the sentiment of the motion, which we all agree with, could have been found a different way than completely rewriting. And I am very concerned that that become a dangerous precedent. When it comes to the White Ribbon campaign itself, as Councillor Cohn has said, I'll support it and happy to. I do think, though I don't think that we would benefit from multiple amendments, but the requesting the leader, I think it should have been the Chief Executive, which would have been more of a non-political function for the Chief Executive to write, or the Chairman on behalf of all of us, as opposed to the political leadership. So I do feel that there are changes that could have been made. It's a really important issue. It's something that goes unnoticed day in, day out. And it's something that, scaringly, we as women are taught to accept to a big degree. Just banter, or they didn't mean it, there's no harm in it, they didn't actually do anything. All of these things accumulate. And it's incredibly important that it's not a men versus women approach. It has to be that everybody, male, female, those that don't assign a specific gender, it's everybody to call it out when they see it, but call it out and not confront. Too keen, particularly in politics, we want to confront things, we want to tackle it head on, we want to go for it. Actually, that's not always the way. And it's a very fine line that we will have to walk, all of us. Most people, I'm assuming, I know I have myself had casework where we're having to rehouse people in domestic abuse or child cruelty situations. It's not easy. I referenced earlier about the tough job that we do, and I will support this. But please think about the precedents you set when rewriting something like this, because this debate could have gone a very different way. It could have been perceived as politicalisation of such an important issue that needs to be non-party, and that may not be the intention of the action, but as I sit here now, that is how it appears, and if it is, that's dangerous.
Councillor Sunraj.
Thank you, Chair. I really am happy to see this put forward here on this platform. In all my entire professional life, in various different aspects, from newborn babies, etc., to whatever, I've had a lot of experience and insight into domestic violence. Yes, it includes education, but it is multifactorial, and it's not easy for the untrained person to understand. Now, personally, I would be very happy to support this, because I think the council can really help by providing resources. There are not enough safe houses, maybe in other ways, financial and otherwise. So whether this motion should have been rewritten or not is not something that I can say, but I am just very glad that somebody has taken this on board, and and I hope we will be proactive in supporting what we can do as a council for this subject. Thank you.
Councillor Hansraj, thank you very much, very helpful. I think we now come to, I don't see any other contributors to the debate, so I come back to Councillor Lentel to sum up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, for your comments and insights. I'm not going to speak to other people's lived experience. I will just briefly answer Councillor Heather Williams' concern about politicisation. I've had a very strong assurance that the letter that will be sent on the council's behalf by the leader will be strictly within the spirit of this debate and strictly within the spirit of the non-partisan accreditation that we're seeking. I appreciate that we've got a lot of other business to get through, but again, I'm really glad, I am really glad this is happening. This is the right thing. And I'm very glad that the decision was taken to simply do it. I'm glad we've had this debate, and I hope that the vote that we're about to have seals the deal. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Yes, I am going to move to a vote. Can we do this by affirmation? Agreed. Agreed. So this motion, as amended, is approved by affirmation. I'm going to take the opportunity to remind Council that the background to this is that this Council had already agreed to pursue white ribbon accreditation. I would say to Councillor Heather Williams, I agree with some of her concerns on the procedural matters. I had not seen this, what I was told was going to be an amendment, until it was placed before me. I don't believe members of the Lib Dem party had, but I'm not sure about that. I have no knowledge of it. And it is clearly not the right way to proceed in order to get an outcome that we all support that could have been done without this concern. But the point is that we have just voted for this amendment and we are all in support of it. And let's try to focus on that rather than the procedure which went behind it. I assure the Leader of the Opposition that I will look very carefully at the procedure in the case of future amendments to make sure that this is not being done in this way. Thank you. I'm not proposing to take comments on that. I want to move on to next business, if I may. Right. Okay. Let's take we'll be back here at 7:25.
You're now live.
Members, welcome back to this meeting of the South Cambridgeshire District Council on the 27th of February. We are now live. We are still quorate, and we move on to item 20B, a motion standing in the name of Councillor Heather Williams. The motion is before you, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I hope members will be pleased that my motion is very short and gets to the point. I am known for sort of one-liners because I do think it is, it needs to be clear what we're asking. Period poverty is something that very often doesn't get spoken about, but actually does affect, and I think actually, oddly, on the back of the motion we just had, it's kind of fitting that it does feel a sort of a female-related agenda right now. However, it is important because there are lots of complications, and also it's a complete lack of confidence, and people can feel quite ashamed when they go through something like that. It can lead to a lot of embarrassment, it can lead to health problems, and it's something that could very easily go unforgotten. Now, there is fantastic support out there. There are people that are doing things, and it's great to see that. And I thank members, you know, hopefully, I'm assuming of everything this evening, this isn't the most controversial thing in the world. But just for those that don't realise, you've got vending machines, even in this council, and the cost of a single sanitary towel or tampon is astronomical. You need to have the coins, which in this day and age, there's no given. We're so used to contactless. But it can be extremely expensive. You never know for some, especially younger people, when it's going to happen. There isn't that chance to be prepared. And it's very difficult. And there's lots of things that go along with that. Period poverty is not just about the sanitary provision. There is also the pain relief. Some people are very fortunate. They never have a single cramp or pain through the process. Some are not so lucky, and I have sympathy with those. It's something that is seen as something we shouldn't discuss. We shouldn't, it's seen as, you see people get awkward. Actually, it's a completely natural thing that happens. You know, we can't help it, we can't stop it, nor should we. At the end of the day, we are all here through that process because it's an important part of how we have children. And the concern is very much that it could so easily be underlooked, but it would make such a difference to people's lives. So I'm hoping that while we can't become a pharmacy, but there are things like heat packs, as well as sanitary towel provisions, things that would help support people through a very difficult time. I appreciate the details of how it's done and advertised could be different, but this would be a step today to at least send a signal that that we recognise it, we hear it, and that we'll try to do what we can.
Thank you, Councillor Heather Williams. Do you have a seconder for your motion?
I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak on this motion? Councillor Brown-Mills? Councillor Bill Hanley.
Yeah, thank you for this. Sorry, through you, Chair. I thank Councillor Williams for this. Agree. I mean, the council is already providing some sanitary products. You probably know that. Councillor Williams probably knows that. For people who are sort of struggling with the cost of living crisis. And I think the council also provides short-term payments to those people who wish, prefer the disposable sanitary products. But, this is a well-documented national issue, and we, fully support the motion. I would have seconded it if I had the chance as well. There are things that the council do. There's mobile food hubs, South Cambs Hall itself, lots of different ways that we can help here. The council can help here. So I hope that can kind of.
Does any other member of council want to speak to this motion? Councillor Brown-Mills.
Very briefly, Chair. I'm not afraid to use the term menstruation. And I don't think we should be, but we are. That's a cultural issue, perhaps. But I was very impressed when I went to Meadows Community Centre up in Albury, because they've got unisex toilets there, and they've got product available. They've got incontinence pads, they've got sanitary towels, they've got tampons, the whole lot. Dispensing drugs is more problematic. Okay, thank you. But absolutely nothing to disagree with here. I think, very simple and relatively inexpensive interventions like this got to be applauded. So thank you for bringing it to the council.
Councillor Richard Stobart.
Thank you, Chair. And just briefly, period poverty, has a strong impact on younger women, particularly in the educational setting. And, it can, I've seen accounts of young women missing out on education simply because they can't get access to sanitary products. So I think anything that we propose, if it was, oriented towards, that group of younger women, that would be great. So I think the motion is excellent, but it could have this extra dimension, and perhaps with the involvement of schools. So I'm speaking from a position of almost total ignorance, but if our view of this was to include school provision and a degree of discretion as well, then it would be so much richer. So that's my view, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Leaming.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to support this motion. I think it's ensuring people live with dignity, and I'm very happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rippeth, I think.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this motion. It was just also to say, I work in a state secondary school, and free sanitary products are provided across the state sector. Obviously it's kept in the room, so they can be easily accessed, but this is the kind of thing we should be doing in any council building, anything where we have an influence. And so it's not a sort of shame or anything to have to ask or have to go and get not be able to afford products. I thought I'd just point that out.
Thank you. I don't see any other speaker. Councillor Cohen, did you want to, seconder, do you want to reply to the debate? Did you want to?
Only just to, agree with what's already been said, really. It's actually, especially what Councillor Judith Rippeth has said, because I think this motion will bring us very much into line with other public sector organisations. It will also bring us into line with private and charitable sector organisations which are having these discussions and bringing these policies forward as we speak as well. So I think agreed.
Councillor Heather Williams, did you want to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate all the positive comments that have been made, and the fact that, yes, that menstruation is not, it can be said. I brought something very similar on breastfeeding when I first got elected, and I know that was something that, again, nobody disagreed with, but just hadn't thought about it because they weren't at that point in their lives. And I think I feel very similarly to this. I hear what you say in relation to youth, and there is issues around that, particularly challenging at the start because things can be very unpredictable. As I said, it's hard to prepare, and I wasn't suggesting prescriptions, Chair. I was sort of heat pads and the like, but I wouldn't want it to be exclusively, because actually what we see is postpartum. And a lot of issues come into play, and also a lot of issues when women hit menopause, in that it increases and can be longer times, and that can become quite challenging because the expense is then for a longer period and sort of more unsustainable. I think it's something that I really appreciate that everybody has has supported, and I hope to see it at the council soon.
Right, now we move to a vote. I feel that we can do this without any doubt by affirmation. Is that correct? Can we agree? Agreed, yes. We then come to the next motion standing in the name of Councillor Anna Bradnam. Councillor Bradnam, would you like to move your motion, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to move this motion because it's something that's very close to my heart. Some of you will know I'm also a county councillor, and I chair the corporate parenting subcommittee at the county council. And in that role, we as county councillors are reminded regularly that we are corporate parents to our children in care. And I checked the data for this morning is that we have 652 children in our care within the county of Cambridgeshire. Obviously fewer within the district, but this is important. These are children who have been brought into our arms as corporate parents because they have suffered abuse or trauma or huge anxiety at the hands of their own parents, their birth parents, or for some other reason. And so these, I'm privileged to meet these, a sample of these young people who are representatives from the Children in Care Council, who come and speak to us at informal corporate parenting subcommittee. And sometimes some of them are shy, some of them are confident, some of them are exceedingly resilient given what they've gone through, but all of them have a residual vulnerability. And I would remind members that's even when they've been adopted, they then come out of county council care and they are then looked after by adoptive parents. So all of these children need our care when they are children and young people. But of course, then they move on as young adults. And what this motion attempts to do is to treat that care experience as a protected characteristic so that we as councillors are mindful of their needs when we're setting policy, and where possible that we listen to their needs when we're setting policy. So this motion was agreed by and passed by County Council, I'm very pleased to say, in May 2023 when I seconded the motion. And so I'd like to bring it to us here because we had the most eloquent young woman speaking to us who had been a care experienced young person. She was very capable, but she pointed out things like the abuse that she had experienced as a younger child caused her difficulty in maintaining friendships. It caused her difficulty even with writing essays. Fortunately, she had commenced a university course and was doing really well, but she'd never had the experience of writing an essay before because she hadn't had that parenting for herself. So often these children or young people moving on in care, they feel alone. They don't have the same network connections that we have sometimes enjoyed as children of adults, parents with connections. And so this group is really vulnerable and need our support to proceed with their education, with starting to find work, with seeking benefit payments, all of these things, and of course seeking housing. And in fact, those of you who are members of Scrutiny and Overview will know that I asked our housing officers to consider allocating homes, or bearing in mind at least, care experienced children in their allocation, in our allocation of homes. So these young people continue, despite their resilience and their extraordinary courage in proceeding with their life, we need to take them into account. And so that is why I'm suggesting that, I'm asking that we should take into account care experienced as a protected characteristic so that we bear it in mind, and in every report that we write, that we bear it in mind when we're setting policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Braddon. Do you have a second of your motion?
Yes, Councillor Pippa Halings will second it.
Councillor Hillings, did you want to speak either now or later?
If there are any others want to speak first, please they do, and I'll speak at the end.
Does anyone want to speak to this motion? Councillor, I don't know which was first, so forgive me, Councillor Heather Williams.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry I took the first spot this time, Councillor Cohn. Completely support what Councillor Anna Bradnam has said in the motion. I recognise that I have been very fortunate and very privileged in my life and my upbringing, but others don't have the same, and I have seen the impact that things like even people that have been adopted to very nice affluent families struggle with, and that struggle of identity. I'm a firm believer, and it's something that we all sit here and we all have values, right? And when we decide and we sit what we want to do, and values that we try to rule our life by. And for some people, that's political, religion, whatever it may be. But a strong belief that I hold is that it's important that regardless of how somebody starts in life and their circumstances, that they have the ability to become the best that they can be. And I think that is also how we get change, positive change, is to really make sure. And those early years, we know how important actually 0 to 5. By the time someone's 7, quite often their characters for their life are set. And I know the county council, the way they plan as well and forecast what the needs are going to be from people from such a young age. And as a parent, it's scary actually, the responsibility that you feel for that. And I'm sure all parents second guess themselves, doubt themselves, because we want to do the best for our children. And for those that are growing up in care, that's incredibly difficult not to have that family support, and also potentially had bad experiences. And there are lots of reasons why a child will be put into care. You know, it's not always because of abuse, it can be bereavement. You know, it can just be people are put up for adoption because they're loved, but people can't cope, or there's mental health issues in the family. There are so many different things that it's so hard to know what is the right thing to do. And so anything that we can do to just keep that value of ensuring that we're doing what we can to ensure, regardless of the luck that we have as to how and where we are born, that we are not prohibited and we are able to be supported to be the best we can be. So thoroughly support that, Chair.
Thank you. Now, next, I think we have Councillor Graham Cohn and then Councillor Eileen Wilson.
I'll just briefly say I think it's an absolutely excellent motion, because what it does is it seeks to protect some of the most vulnerable children in our wards, and it very clearly indicates how we as councillors and as a council would seek about going about that, and I think it's very, very good. Yeah, it's an excellent motion. I'll be supporting it.
Councillor Eileen Wilson.
Thank you. I started out my civil service career in the early years as a social security benefits officer, and so I fully support this motion, because quite often the people I was visiting who had just moved into a new home were care leavers, and they really did struggle. It was a struggle for everything, claiming benefits, getting a home together, and no family support, and sporadic support from once they'd left care. There wasn't always a lot of support in those days. So, yeah, I really support this motion.
Thank you. I see no other speakers. Councillor Pippa Halings, did you want to speak as seconder of the motion?
Thank you, and it's really good to hear the support for this motion in the room across all parties. And I think as many people, and I'll include officers in this as well, councillors and officers, we've got personal experience of how important the protected characteristic nature of this motion is and how life-changing that can be. And I just want to share one story, and that's about Jasmine. She's the eldest of 3 children, and she and her 2 siblings were brought into foster care the day before school term started. They hadn't eaten for 3 days. They had no school uniform, no school materials, no school bags, anything. The youngest was 5. They were immediately put into a foster family and prepared for school. Jazz was 8 years at that time, 8 years old. 10 years later, part of a loving relationship with the foster family, she got through secondary school and her A-levels and entered university. During her first year, as she herself had expected, her mother was found dead. As she entered her second year, as most students moving out into independent accommodation with friends, she was required to declare that she came from a care situation, that she'd been in care. She was refused rental accommodation, even when the foster father offered to pay 12 months in advance. When pushed, the rental provider said that they just couldn't risk it. Having faced, as Councillor Bradnam has said, that resilience and all the barriers up until then, to then face this next barrier where technically she was homeless as all her friends moved into that house and she didn't. And that's where it brings it back to this council, because it's by being a protected characteristic that this puts the burden and the requirement on public bodies to give priority consideration. And in our council, that would be priority consideration for social housing, for example, for children in that care. Jazz is not from South Cambridgeshire District Council. And full disclosure, it's my brother who is the foster father, and he and his wife. Jazz now sits on the panel for foster parent selection on that committee. So again, it's the voice of those who are care leavers who should also be brought into consideration to talk to their own experience. And it's the author of the report, which is the Independent Review of Social Care, which is the basis for all of the recommendations coming out of the County Council and others, who congratulated the government on taking action, particularly the Department for Education, on some of the recommendations. However, he was shocked that the government said it would not adopt legislation for the protected characteristic. And that is what has led to councils across the country taking it upon themselves to enact the possibility to make this a protected characteristic within their own domain. And I would just hope that we can all adopt this and vote for it, but also that we do think that there's still a battle to be fought at the national level around this. Thanks.
Councillor Bradnam, did you have anything to add to that as proposer of the motion?
I will. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the support across the council chamber for this. I just wanted to point out also that, of course, that young people themselves often want to be invisible. They want to be treated exactly like any other child. They don't necessarily want the fact that their care experience to be noted. So it's up to us. You remember that principle that we have to extend our service so that we enable them to take the same opportunities as any other child or young person. And so that means us going the extra step to make sure they have the step up so that they can take the opportunities that we can give them. So, you know, we are corporate parents at the County Council, but we have a duty as public officers to be mindful of their needs and to improve our understanding. And, you know, one of the things to bear in mind is, with the best will in the world, sometimes foster placements our children want us to call them homes, of course, not placements. Just a little diversion on that. County Council used to refer to this as placement when they're placed with a foster carer. And the first thing they said was, can you change that? Can you call it something different? We don't want to feel like pieces on a game board. And so we said, what would you like us to call it? And they said, could you call it homes, please? So we've changed all our paperwork in county to refer to homes when we're dealing with young people. So it's our duty to change the way we behave towards people who have extra vulnerabilities, to give them the same opportunities as the more fortunate children who have not been in care. So thank you very much indeed, everyone, for your support. Thank you.
We now move to the vote. I'm going to suggest we can do this one by affirmation. Agreed. Members agreed. Thank you. And thank you to all who took part in that little debate. That brings us to item 21, Chair's engagements. They're on the papers in front of you. I'm not going to go through them. I would merely add that I was privileged on the 26th of January, in addition, to attend the Citizenship Awards at the County Hall as the guest of Councillor Sebastian Kindersley as Chair of the County Council. I was very impressed. I think 28 people took up citizenship that day. About 600 a year do so in this county. And I was impressed that they undertake an exam, which I certainly would not have passed. So with that, I merely remind you that the next council meeting will be the annual meeting held on 23rd of May, again at 2 p.m. And with that, I declare this meeting closed at 19:55. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, Chair.